Okay, welcome everyone to the City Council meeting starting early today at 6 o'clock because we have a special meeting. Let's start out with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Andre.
Here.
Councilmember Paulson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Way.
Here.
Mayor Candell.
I am here. Okay, let's roll into business item 2.1, interviews for Larkspur Library Board with one vacancy. And Larkspur representative to the Marin County Commission on Aging. I see we have somebody all lined up. Who do we have all lined up?
Hi, my name's Ange Ahern. I'm the applicant for the library.
All right, Ange, welcome to our meeting. Appreciate you taking the time to do this. The process is we're just going to ask you some questions, get to know you a little bit. At the end, you can ask us any questions you have. I don't like to hog the dais, so let me pass it for whoever would like to get started. Feel free to jump in with a question.
Great.
You want to get started? Hi, Angeli. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah, Angeli is my full name. I usually go by Ange or Angie.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, thank you for applying. It's always very exciting to get, more residents involved in our community, and the library board, I think in particular, is very exciting, just given where we are with building our new library.
Yeah,
So-
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Great. Can you just tell us a little bit more about why you're excited to apply for this role?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, in my whole life, I've been an avid reader and fan of libraries, and I have two kids that attend school here, and we've been visiting the Larkspur Library, and I just think it's important to be a part of the community, something that I feel passionate about, and I think it's important for the community to be involved to be able to garner sort of like opinions, voices, and act as an advocate for the community through the city in terms of what the library can offer, both in terms of content, in terms of programming. And obviously, as you alluded to, it's an exciting time with the Larkspur Library in terms of a new library being constructed. And I think it would be an honor to have a valuable input into kind of how that is affecting the community writ large.
Hi, Ange. I'm Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
Thanks for applying.
Absolutely.
The real opportunity, some of the opportunities we have with our new library building will be to enhance our programs. Libraries have expanded well beyond just sitting quietly in a little cubicle and reading, although that's still an important part. Programmatically, it's opportunities to really engage community. Have you used any of our programs in our current library, either you or the kids? And do you have any ideas of what maybe young families would be interested in programs that the library can provide?
Yeah, it's a great question. We haven't personally used a lot of them, but I did when my kids were younger. We did do a lot of the story times, both in Larkspur and Corte Madera, and we used to live in the South Bay, so in Mountain View as well. We attended a lot of the story times, and there was not only the story times, but there was also, for me, it was an important place where having young kids to meet people, be a part of a community of parents that also are sort of in that same demographic and boat of, being part of a community. So to that extent, yes. And in terms of ideas in how I think that programming could be beneficial to the community, I think obviously for things like story time and, that's kind of like the obvious thing. But I think that the opportunity libraries have in cities to go much more beyond that is to help with resources for after school activities for kids. I think with the location of where the new library is going to be, so close to Redwood, it can serve as an important touch point for students to be able to have an after school place that is safe, that they, and for parents that don't feel like they have the resources or want to invest hundreds of dollars in after school programming, that the library is a great safe space for people to gather. I also think that as it's a good place for kids to be able to do their homework. I think that in terms of adult programming, there's a lot there that the library can do to educate the community in terms of senior programming, and also as an outlet for parents. I think that there's been and non-parents, of course, I think there's a lot of different groups of people that are interested in different topics, and that's books having the range of all those. I think that there's an opportunity to garner different interest groups at the library and help build different community groups within Larkspur.
Thank you. It was a very comprehensive answer, and I like a lot of those ideas. I'm excited to see the use of maybe the crossover between Hall Middle School Library and our new library, with the having an opportunity to sort of do cross programming between the schools. But that's for another day. But
Yeah, absolutely. And I live right by College of Marin, and we've done a lot of crossover in terms of the Larkspur Library and the College of Marin Library, and being able, I think, having the community of Marin libraries as a whole, and having so many great resources close together that the community can access, also offers an ample opportunity for shared programming between the different libraries.
thank you.
Yeah, hey Angie. I also wanted to thank you and congratulate you also on doing this while having two kids in elementary school. That's a big deal. And bringing that perspective, as you mentioned, the reading rooms and the story times. And also congratulations on GW. I'm from DC, so my question is, so looking at your experience, a lot of it, you've done some community things, but, specifically serving on a board and working with others and, coming with opinions, advisory type information, I'm sure in your, attorney work and healthcare work you've done, maybe you could give me some idea of, in your professional life, skills that you'd bring to the table, working with a small town library board like this.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I actually haven't served on any boards for public communities. But as in my professional life, yes, I work I currently am at a startup, and I have been at startups for many, many years as a healthcare in-house attorney. So to that end, my role reports to our board of directors. And part of what my job is to sort of be a neutral representative of the company to the board, to represent the company's best interest, but in a way where I'm preserving the best interest and security of the board in terms of compliance from a legal risk perspective. And healthcare is in its own little sort of world of highly regulated. And so part of what I have to do is represent my company, which I think is akin to the community, but in a way that is really serving the broader board of directors in terms of both from a revenue standpoint and from a compliance standpoint. And so I think there's a lot of parallels there in terms of my advocacy and the way that I represent our company in that sort of forum.
Great, thank you.
All right, and now, once again, I'm Scott, and I also thank you for your time for doing this. I am the resident attorney on the board here, and I have found it very useful in, I don't want to say mediating, but bringing people together to try to form a consensus. Your role, as you kind of alluded to, is going to have a couple of parts. You're representing the community. You are on the board dealing with other board members. You're going to be dealing with staff. And then you're also, going to be reporting to council. And, you alluded to this a little bit in your last answer, but I was curious, if you felt your professional background or anything else in your personal experience would lend itself to those different challenges.
Yeah, I think so. I think that some of what I said applies, but also, part of my role as in-house attorney just even thinking about it just within the confines of a company, is that my clients essentially are different stakeholders within my company. And there's a lot of competing priorities. We have, obviously, we don't have unlimited resources. And so how those resources are allocated and priorities are not necessarily going to always be aligned between different stakeholders. And so part of what I really spend a lot of my time on is diplomacy and understanding, taking kind of a broader view and saying, okay, so these are our priorities, and while they may be competing with someone else's priorities, if we take like a step back and look at the company goals, we actually are all aligned to the same end goal here. And so instead of looking at these priorities that each team may have in a vacuum, looking at them more holistically and bringing people together to understand why we're, stack ranking things or prioritizing certain things in a way, or allocating resources to certain things for sort of like the greater good sounds a little too altruistic for a startup, but for sort of that common end goal or mission.
That's perfect. Let me ask you, do you have questions for us that we can answer for you?
Yeah, so as it's kind of apparent from my application, I have not served on a council or a board representing a community, and I'm curious what you think some of those unique challenges are, just so I have a better understanding of that.
Well, I'll give you my opinion on that, and then we can pass it around, see if anybody's got others. Mine are what I alluded to in my question, which is you have different people or groups with different priorities or interests, and everybody thinks their priority is the number one priority, and your job is to collate them and try to do what's in the greater good, for what you perceive as the greater good. And it's also to kind of get council involved if things are going off track. If, whether it's, resources, or something else that, we need to have communication so we can make sure everything's, aligned the way we want it to be. So it's really balancing different people and perspectives, I'd say is what I would think would be the biggest challenge. But I'll pass it around and see if anybody's got some other ideas.
I would say probably in the role with library board, that board sits and works closely with our library director and helps with setting policy and resource allocations for the library itself. It's not it has an indirect role in the new construction of the library, but that's well along the way to being completed. So it would be figuring out how to balance those interests. Our library also has an active group of friends of the library. Oh, sorry, Allison, but this postman's looking for someone. Excuse me.
No problem.
The Friends of the Library, which does a lot of fundraising for the library. And then there's also a very long time library foundation, Larkspur Library Foundation, that also helps raise funds for programs and for things actually in the library. So I guess to conclude, it's that you would really have to sort of figure out who all those players are that are part of the library and where the library board's role is within that. But I think you can handle it.
Okay.
Other comments, anyone up here?
Yeah, just, first, I think some of the value I see that you could bring to the table is, just who you are, that you live in Greenbrae, for one thing. The library's over on this side of the creek, and it's always good to have that voice, and that you have two young kids and, the programming. And so, and then my, kind of one sense of what really helps is being able to set priorities, because the library has a long history of lots and lots of, voices and opinions. And sometimes the best thing is to, listen to all that and find something that you want to champion and that's really good and bring it forward. And, I would imagine, your corporate experience or your startup experience would help you, like, look, of all these, brainstorms, which is actually something that, our library director or our council might want to consider that's, been neglected. So those are two things that I think would be really helpful.
Great. One other question I have is, I'm very like passionate about being more involved in the community itself. And so I'm hoping, maybe this is more of a comment on my end, but I'm hoping sort of that being part of the library board is also a way to influence the community in sort of like a positive way and make an impact. And so I'm hoping that that is aligned with the mission of what you're looking for and what the board and the council are doing.
So, I'll just throw out there that I just have a note, based on your, interview that we just had, to try to recruit you for something else within the city, because I think, you would be a great fit. And I look forward to working with you in some capacity, whether it's the library board or something else. And we can follow up, on what other things are available.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay. And with that, I think we're going to have to wrap it up. So thank you so much for taking the time and doing this. And we will be in touch.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much. Do you, should I log off now or stay on, or what? I don't know what the protocol is.
I will ask our city clerk for that one.
I'll move you over to the attendees. You may watch the meeting if you're interested, or you may log off if you're ready to go.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Allison.
Hey, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, do we, Allison, is there anything else for, or staff, is there anything else for business item 2.1? Okay, with that, I will adjourn our special meeting and we will come back at 6:30 for a regular meeting. At the regular meeting of the Larkspur City Council, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Andre,
Here.
Councilmember Paulson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Way,
Here.
Mayor Kendall.
I am here. Thank you very much. Now, if you are able to stand, let's stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, that brings us to item number 2, which is public comment, which means anyone from the audience can speak about any matter not on today's agenda. So let's start with people here. Is there anyone present that would like to speak on something not on the agenda? Come on up, tell us your name, and you got 3 minutes. Hey, hang on. Before you do, since people are watching at home, I need you to speak into the microphone so they can hear you.
Okay, I'll try to do it in 2. My name is Carlo Cannell. I own 218 William. The purpose of my comment here is in regards to traffic issue. I gave to the mayor a copy of my letter of June 17th to Captain Norton of the Central Marin Police Authority. On June 4th, I put up a blink camera and I captured 373 clips of westbound traffic coming down William, intersecting Chanticleer, and only 84 stopped. One of the violators was a police car. As you may know, the neighborhood in the vicinity of Redwood is populated by young children, by dogs, and by older people. It has become a significant risk. People are going onto the bike path, the kids are racing down to get to school, and somebody's going to get hurt. I'm not a politically active person. The last time I wrote a letter of this nature was in 1994 to Mayor Willie Brown. Within 60 days, a student going across the street to USF was run over and was killed, and my testimony was subpoenaed. I am here today to put the city of Larkspur on record that this is a major issue. An elderly person is going to be hit. A child, a pet is going to be hit. I can put up the camera again, or the police department can put up the camera again, or I can deliver the videotape to you. It is a very significant issue. Thank you for your time.
Hey, appreciate it. And could you do me a favor? I know you sent this to the police. If you could send it to staff, I don't know,
I sent it to all of you in your inbox about 3 hours ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
But I'd be
forwarded.
happy to do it again and cooperate in any way, which is,
Nope,
helpful
you-
to the community.
you've done your part by putting it to us. Now, we'll look at it and see what needs to be done. Okay,
Okay,
appreciate it.
I think that the fire department will say we cannot put in speed bumps. The fire department will say we can't put in a circle and so forth. But the risk, you trade a mortality versus maybe being slightly late to a fire, you have to weigh that.
Okay, we appreciate it. And we got people on staff that are going to look into the pros and cons, and we appreciate your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, is there somebody else who would like to make public comment? Come on up.
Hello, council. Thank you for your time. My name is Jay Holland, and I am here representing the Chamber of Commerce of Larkspur to give a little report about our progress as a chamber, new chamber board, and also to say thank you for the support that you've afforded us in order to make the progress that we have. We had our annual wine stroll, as many of you, I think, were present to see, and we had record turnout. It was, I think, probably by our estimation, 3,000 folks from around Marin County and the Greater Bay Area. It was, we feel, a smashing success. So thank you for your support there. Really appreciate it. We hope that next year's is even better. We've got an event coming up that we call the Holiday Magic on Magnolia. That'll be December 7th. And let's see. Yep, December 7th. From 2 to 5, we'll be shutting down one block of Magnolia, not two. And it will be more guided to families, events and games and contests and so forth. And we're excited about that too. This is our second annual. We think this will be even better than last year's. Finally, the third thing is we've initiated a program that will enable us to create merchandise for sale on the chamber site and within retailers locally that will be celebrating Larkspur. We call it Larkspur Local. A portion of the sales will go to the Chamber of Commerce, and we'll also be creating a fund for other community groups that might need a little help from us. And we're excited about that too. So more to come on that. Anyway, thank you.
Hey, thank you for the update. Okay, anyone else like to make public comment at this time? Anyone named Colby out there want to come make public comment at this time? Going once, going twice. Yes, we got somebody. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Leah McMillan. I am the ASPL from Troop 43, and I would just like to thank the Larkspur Council for letting Troop 43 attend this meeting to finish some of our requirements for a merit badge.
You're very welcome, and thank you. Very well put. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Public comment that is present? Seeing none, let me pop online. Do we have any hands for public comment online?
So I'm looking for any hands raised from our Zoom audience members. And the first speaker, you may unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if it's me or if it's somebody else.
It's you. We hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hi. All right. My name is Hillary Culhane. I'm with the Heritage Board. And I just wanted to reiterate, I think you might all have a copy of this letter that was sent yesterday from Joan Lubermersky, a Larkspur resident, regarding public information outreach for the City Hall project. I don't know if you've seen that, but she asked me to, she couldn't attend tonight. So she asked me to kind of go over the highlights of her letter. And I know I have 3 minutes, so I'll keep it brief. Here's what Joan Lubermersky said. She was talking about the charrette that is proposed for a public discussion on City Hall. And she said, "It is my understanding that a charrette about the City Hall project has been scheduled for the night of Wednesday, November 6th, 2024. I strongly suggest that this date be delayed. This is the night immediately after what has been projected in the media will be one of the most consequential and contentious elections of this era." this is not an appropriate environment in which to engage Larkspur residents about the future of Larkspur City Hall. It's timing. This important Larkspur meeting should be significantly delayed from November 6th. She said an issue like this should not be initiated during the holiday season. I believe the charrette should be postponed until January 2025, and the city should hold at least 3 public hearings to receive and discuss ideas/comments from the community about City Hall. And then she talks about the charrette process, which I didn't know what that word meant until last week, and now I've learned. She said, I believe it should be understood that the charrette is not a public hearing. It is a way of educating the public and distributing information. At the government charrettes I have attended, individual information sessions were held by consultants at tables encircling the room. It is important that the city hold multiple town hall forums or public hearings to engage the community in a dialogue about future plans for City Hall. This process should not be rushed. Individuals attending the charrette should be given the opportunity to provide their name, email address, mailing address, etc., understanding that this is public information. And also her last point was to consider an ad hoc committee to help with public outreach. And an ad hoc committee could be established to oversee, perform the following public functions. The committee might include the City Council, the Heritage Preservation Board, and the public. The purpose of the ad hoc committee would be to help plan and steer the public outreach process. And then she has 4 bullet points on how the public outreach would take place. I'm sure you all have a copy of this letter, and it will be available for public review. She said, in closing, I would be happy to share my thoughts further and to support and participate in the activities above or other related efforts. And she copied Dan Schwartz and Allison as well. Okay, so.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And for everybody that's here, the situation is that City Hall has to be fixed, and we are trying to figure out what we want to do with it. We want to keep City Hall here, what we're going to do with the building. Is it worth, how much money we want to put into it for how long it's going to last and what kind of changes we want to make. So we're going to go through a process to get the public's input in order to figure out what everybody wants us to do with City Hall. Okay, having said that, more online comments.
Looking for any additional raised hands from our Zoom audience members, and there's no further public comment.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will close public comment. We will move on to presentations, of which the Larkspur Community Foundation would like to give an update.
That's me. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Laura Anderson, the president of the Larkspur Community Foundation, and I'm here with Molly Wuthrich, who will be coming up after me. She's our treasurer, and she will be giving you an update on the Rose Bowl dance that I think many of you attended. As you know, LCF has partnered with the city on a number of projects over the last 11 years, and we look forward to many more opportunities to work together to enhance the overall quality of life in Larkspur. I am here to provide a snapshot of 2024 projects and events that LCF has funded, and Molly will come up after me. I've just got 6 bullet points. This will be quick. In 2024, LCF has funded landscaping in and around the parking lot across from Left Bank, the city parking lot. And on November 21st, we will be, a crew of people will be sprucing up the entrance to Piper Park with a bunch of new plantings. We have funded community events such as the Heart of Larkspur event at the American Legion Hall, which I think you all attended in February, where we honor our community volunteers. We sponsored the 3 free Music in the Park concerts at Piper Park. And we are also funding the lights at Piper Park that will be on display throughout the holidays. We're not the only sponsors, but we are sponsoring several trees. In addition, we funded lifeguard training and swim instruction for Redwood High School's Learn to Swim summer program. It was new last summer, and we were happy to participate in that. We contributed to the landscaping fund, which I know you know about, for the new library site. In addition, we have provided disaster preparedness supplies for the recently formed Larkspur Isles NRG. There are 190 apartments over in Larkspur Isles, and they have a brand new NRG, and they needed a bunch of new supplies. We have funded the artwork that you will soon be seeing on the utility box in the city parking lot. The artwork is by a local artist, Doug Andelin, and we're hoping that that will be up by Thanksgiving. And finally, this is the second year that we are funding the Thanksgiving feast for the residents of 1251 South Alicio. So that, in a nutshell, that's not exhaustive, but that's a little glimpse of what we've done this year. Then on September 21st, which was, I guess it was just a few weeks ago, we hosted the Rose Bowl dance at the Escal Winery. And to tell you a little bit more about that is Molly Wothrich.
Hi. So we had 3 goals in hosting the Larkspur Rose Bowl dance for 2024. And in order of importance, they were 1, throw a fun party that would bring our community together. 2, create public awareness for Larkspur Community Foundation. And 3, raise money for the Larkspur Community Foundation so we can put some of that money back to work in the community through grants. We feel very successful on all 3 fronts, and I'll give you some metrics from the event. We had 23 sponsors with donations ranging in value from $1,000 to well over $10,000. These range from big commercial sponsors like the Left Bank, Nugget Market, and Marin Sanitary Services to many, many local residents and their families. We were astounded with the response to our sponsorship efforts. We sold 630 tickets. We had slightly less than that actually attended the event. Parking wasn't a problem because we had lots of people enjoying taking the trolleys up and down Magnolia. It worked out really well. In fact, we had 0 complaints from the community that I know of anyway. In fact, I'd like to share with you some of the positive comments that we've received. So these are all quotes. Thank you for a magical night. This was probably the best dance I ever attended. The event was so positive. Can you add me to your mailing list as a possible sponsor for the next year? So that's kind of exciting. You made Larkspur feel like a true community. The dance was a great success. The venue looks stunning and the music appealed to all ages. I hope you do it again. In conclusion, we do think that we will do it again. But probably we're going to wait just a little bit. So stay tuned for information on Larkspur Rose Bowl 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to share money? Yes.
So on behalf of the council and on the community, thank you for everything you're doing. It's an amazing service and it provides, resources and services to the community, and we're all very grateful. So thank you. Okay, with that, I will move to item 4, which is the consent calendar. What that means is that certain items we like to have a big discussion about. Certain of them are pretty basic, so we decided we put them on the consent calendar. They don't usually need discussion, that we can just pass them. But before we pass them, we give an opportunity to see if anybody disagrees and thinks they should have discussion. So having said that, is there anyone on the council who would like to discuss an item on the consent calendar? Seeing none.
Yeah.
Oh, we
Okay.
do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss 4.6.
4.6. Other than 4.6, is there any items that we look for discussion on the for council? No. In that case, I now put it out to the people here. Is there anyone who would like to have a discussion on any item on the consent calendar? Seeing, is that a yes? Okay, what can you tell us what item you're talking about? Okay, so hold on. So 4.5. So we will discuss both of those items. Give us 1 second, please. Okay, is there anyone else that has an item they would like to discuss? Okay, going online, do we see any hands for anybody that would like to discuss an item on the consent calendar?
Looking for any raised hands in our Zoom audience, and there's no comment.
Okay, so let's start with 4.6. Gabe, what would you like to discuss about 4.6? You want a staff report on 4.6 first?
Sure.
Let's
Maybe
do
a
that.
brief summary. That'd be great.
Did you want to vote on the balance of the
Yeah.
consent calendar?
I
first?
thought we just vote on them all together. I didn't actually pull them off the consent calendar, but is that what staff prefers?
I think once you've had somebody say they want a public discourse, I would recommend you deal with the balance of the consent calendar and then treat these essentially like business items.
Fair enough. Can I get a motion to pass the balance of the consent calendar?
I'll move 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 on the
Okay.
consent calendar.
Can I get a
I'll
second?
second that.
All right, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Andre,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Way.
Yes.
Mayor Kendall.
Yes. Okay, so items 4.1 through 4.4 are passed, which leaves two remaining items. 4.6 was pulled first, so why don't we start with that? Can we get a staff report for 4.6, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, some of the council members expressed to me an interest in reaffirming your support for the development of pathways that fall under a vision for the entire county, the north-south greenway. That's a concept of bike ped pathways that can take you from essentially county line to county line. And we've affirmed our support for this in the past, most recently in 2014. In revisiting this issue to prepare this resolution, we noted that there's actually two projects that are in our jurisdiction or in our vicinity that are relevant. One is called the North-South Greenway Gap Closure Southern Segment Project, which is not in Larkspur, but connects portions of the pathway, the greenway that are in Larkspur. And then Larkspur has its own project to improve Old Redwood Highway. And they both would be paths of travel consistent with the concepts of the North-South Greenway. So this resolution is intended to affirm your support for that. This type of resolution is used by entities to recognize that you support these projects and support funding for them. These are the types of projects that both the planning and implementation tend to be done through grant funding. And so whether it's your public works staff applying for grants for projects within our jurisdiction, or it's the Transportation Authority of Marin applying on behalf of a multi-jurisdictional group, this resolution could be used to signal your support for those projects.
Appreciate that. Councilman Paulson, do you have questions or comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, so a couple of questions, but just to the council, why I'm pulling this. So, as a preface, I'm a big supporter of the pathways. I'm, one of the people who bikes everywhere. I went to, the Blue Angels with my 7-year-old on the pathway, the very one under discussion. I sit on the TAM board, I sit on the SMART board, I support all those. The reason I'm bringing this up is, looking at the resolution, we're kind of, looking to increase the pathway on two, which seem to me somewhat redundant paths. So there's the Northwestern Pacific Railroad right away, which would take Warrenham to industrial. And then there's the current, which I used this weekend in, with great anxiety, watching my 7-year-old almost fall into traffic. And what I just wanted the council to consider, I think it's important we support these things, is, why are we funding both, or should we have that discussion? So the, CIP 21204, as I understand it, is unfunded. It would make improvements on Old Redwood, from Warrenham to industrial. And the other is to, take the right of way of the Northwest Pacific Railroad, and that's along the water. It's a little bit longer. It's very scenic. I think that would be the safer, and that would be the preferable. And, what would be good, rather than passing this tonight, is just to revisit, the wisdom of supporting both of them. And I think that, one other concern is, I know sitting on TAM, and many of you have sat in traffic, that strip that gets you onto the 101 gets extremely congested. And the moment you widen and, put a bike path and all that, it will change the circulation for drivers and the backup. And I think the waterway path is safer anyway. And if we funded and put our weight behind that, or, I know that's a Corte Madera project, that may be a better alternative. We may end up wanting to go for both, but I just wanted us to put a little bit of thought into this.
And go ahead.
I have a question for city manager. Would this be an issue that could be put on a future agenda and have a presentation from TAM and the responsible parties as to where they are seeing the future for this funding to go? Because this is a project that they have, that is their responsibility.
And I'm sorry, if you can just clarify, we're not funding this.
No.
We're basically giving our support, which would help these agencies acquire grants or some other type of funding. And am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah, so neither of these projects is funded, so we need to be clear. One of these projects is in your jurisdiction, our jurisdiction, and you've adopted as a project that you would like to see happen, hence it's in your capital improvement program. The other project is a project that Transportation Authority of Marin is the advocate for. Who actually will implement that project is a big question mark because it's a multi-jurisdictional project, but it won't be us because it's not in Larkspur. So the resolution is essentially a policy statement by the council that you support these projects and you support the pursuit of grant funding, both to plan them out, because they're not planned yet in anything more than concept. And so to actually design them and then to implement them. I think if I understand what Councilmember Paulson is saying, if you view these in competition, I think the issue you would revisit is not TAM. There's not really a discussion now with TAM. They're not going to change their project. The question is whether you want to essentially pull your project out of the capital improvement program and say it's not a project that you want the staff to pursue funding for, because that's the one project you have the authority to make that decision about.
And just to be clear with the mayor's question, so the connection between on Old Redwood Highway would be our responsibility. We would be paying for. That's, I think, CIP 21204.
Well, again, you have a number of projects in your capital improvement program that are unfunded and your desires for the staff to pursue grants.
I see.
It's now ultimately most grants have some component of local cost, but the instruction you've given to staff is not to plan out to fund it with our existing monies. It's when we see grant opportunities, apply for them.
And my understanding is we're already doing that because it's one of our unfunded projects.
I suspect that there are applications in for both these projects for grant funding that had a deadline earlier this week.
And last question, is there any downside to saying we support these projects?
I don't see any downside. I think if I understand Councilmember Paulson's concern is that they sort of will be competing in some respects for the same pots of money. And ultimately the funding agency, and there's different agencies that we go after for grants for bike ped, probably is going to ask us or TAM, more likely TAM, which one goes first, because they don't typically fund two projects at the same time that they view as kind of similar in their ultimate goal. So I suppose in that respect, Councilmember Paulson has a point to discuss. I mean, you do have a point to discuss, but I think it's a valid question. It's just if you have concerns about projects being in competition for the same grant money.
And I guess my maybe friendly amendment would be, is there a way to write in that, I mean, I support it, but do we support either the Northern Pacific right of way or the old highway, so it's like if one is funded, great, then we don't need to do the other.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's a different, that's a different statement too. Whether you think both of them should ever be realized, that's a different conversation. I was just saying my understanding in conversations with the folks that do this on a more regular basis is that these types of projects are all applying for the same pots of money. And so typically the funding agency will see that there are similar projects in vicinity of one another, and they'll ask the applicants, do you have a pecking order for which one of these ought to happen this round and which one ought to happen another round?
But they're not near that level at this point for funding. And this, what I understood this resolution to be, that we as policymakers would appreciate and support both projects. not taking a prioritization at this point, just because they're not to the prioritization point, from what I understand, from what the city manager said, but that both of them are ones we would be interested in exploring more. Although you may want one at a higher priority than the other, I think we would have a chance to weigh in on that if they ever get to that point.
Just so I'm not confusing folks, it's pretty unlikely we'd ever have a council item where we asked you to prioritize a project that's not in your jurisdiction against a project that's in your jurisdiction. I think in all likelihood, that phone call or inquiry goes to TAM as the regional transportation planner. And they would be the ones who would suggest which project should get funded in the current round versus the next round, if this scenario plays out.
Okay, so.
It's all
I-
hypotheticals.
My
I know the
last
mayor
question.
likes
I mean, I
hypotheticals.
just really wanted to raise the visibility, and it sounds like it's somewhat moot, but is there advantage to having both as far as one of them getting done? Because I do want to see one of them getting done. And if we pass, the two, does that help, hurt, or make no difference?
Well, drawing on my recollection of when this was added to the CIP, which I think was 8 or 9 years ago, I think it was added because there was a perception at the time in discussions that there will always be people who want to ride their bicycle or walk on Old Redwood Highway from Warrenham to Industrial. And it's not ideal in its current design and implementation. It could be better. And I think that was the motivation for the council adding it to the CIP back then.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, so would you like to move to pass this tonight? Do you want to take it off and deal with it a different day? I mean, you're the one who pulled it, so what
Yeah.
was your thought at this?
No, I'm glad we discussed it. I just wanted you to see the stakes. I think the technicalities of it, in my mind, I make it a little bit moot, so I'm happy to put it back on the calendar.
Okay, can I get a motion for 4.6?
I'll make a motion to pass 4.6.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Andre,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Way.
Yes.
Mayor Candell.
Yes, 4.6 passes. Let's go to 4.5. Can we get a staff report on 4.5, please?
At your last council meeting, you held first reading and waived and moved forward the ordinance 1080, which makes an amendment to the Larkspur Municipal Code with respect to terms of tenancy and compliance with third-party regulation. It's your typical practice to then place the follow-up adoption of that ordinance on the consent calendar at the subsequent meeting. So that's why it's on the agenda tonight.
Appreciate it. I believe someone from the audience asked to pull this. Would anyone like to come and speak about this issue? 4.5 we've pulled. Yeah, come on up. It's all good.
Yeah. I'm in opposition to 4.5. My name is Ann Clark.
And can I ask you to just talk into the microphone so they can hear you online?
My name is Ann Clark, and I'm a resident of Larkspur. And I oppose the amendment of Larkspur Municipal Code, Section 630-140. This proposed amendment erodes the safeguard by permitting landlords to alter lease terms without tenant approval using insurance companies or insurance as a justification. It should be only mandated by federal and state and local law regarding any issues that would change the initial ordinance 1068. And that should be only fire and building safety and health safety. It's written very ambiguous with wording leaving it open to a third party, which is insurance companies, therefore, being used as a guide. This is not a fire and building safety. This is safety of the tenants' housing and their finances. Yes, it should be under health, but it's the health of having them housed and their finances. But it shouldn't be open to insurance. You know, it leads them to just saying that we have insurance as the problem. That's just like them saying, oh, you know, utilities went up. Yes, everything goes up every year, but nothing is shown. Nothing is proven. This is again, it's just eroding protection. Initial ordinance 1068. Please vote no on passing this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the audience that would like to comment on 7.5? Sorry, 4.5. Seeing none, I will bring it, let me ask online, is there anyone online that would like to comment on item 4.5?
Looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members, and there is no public comment.
All right, I have some thoughts on this, but first I'll turn it over to council if anyone else has other things they'd like to address.
We had a public hearing on that, right?
Yes.
At
Yes.
our last meeting. So, I mean, at the public hearing, we had a lot of people who commented, written comment and in-person comment on both sides of this issue. So I appreciate that we had an opportunity to vet this at our public hearing on this. But go ahead.
Yeah, my only comment was, and I appreciate your perspective. We did discuss this at the last meeting. We had a full hearing. The reason that I was comfortable with this is that the Rent Stabilization and the Tenant Protection Act that we passed for council, one of the things I really like about it is that we can make modifications at any time. This was a specific problem that came up. There was somebody that had an owner had an insurance issue because people had barbecues on their, on their patios, and we were able to address that. And if what we addressed, the way we addressed it turns out not to be ideal, if there are problems, if landlords take advantage of this, we can always come back and address it again. And I'm asking you and anyone else in the future, if there's a problem, to please bring it to us. We'd be happy to address it and modify the statute if we need to. And one of the reasons I was very in favor of what we passed, and I'm very against the Measure K, because we would not have that ability with Measure K. Once it's passed, we can't make modifications based on things that come up on a day-to-day basis, so I appreciate that. And I think and I understand your concern that certain, bad actors who are property owners may take advantage of the change. If that happens, I'm going to ask, please just bring it to us and we'll deal with it if that happens. Can this be appealed? I don't know. I don't believe so. I believe it's an action for city council. I don't know where it would be appealed to. So I'm looking at the city attorney who is saying no. So the answer is no. Okay. Having said that, let me bring it to council. Can I get a motion on 4.5?
I'll make a motion to pass 4.5.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Andre?
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson?
No.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Mayor Candell?
Yes. Okay, 4.5 passes. And let's go to item 5, city manager report, please.
This is a fun city manager's update, Mr. Mayor and council members. We have some really, I think, fun and exciting activities that we hope the community will turn out for. The first is we're launching the Piper Park Pumpkin Patch. We're going to try something new this year through the Recreation Department. So folks, we encourage you to come out this Sunday, October 20th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Piper Park. The Recreation Department will be having games, snacks, and one of our groups that are nonprofits that supports our Recreation Department will be selling the pumpkins that are in the makeshift patch for $10. And we'd love to see you all out there. According to the weather, it should actually be cooperative that day. So please do come out. And then whether you come out for that or not, we want to see you in Piper Park at 4 o'clock on the 20th. We're unveiling something that I know is near and dear to the mayor's heart, which is We've done a cooperative project with a local nonprofit to have children in our 2 elementary schools that serve our community prepare artwork that's going to be on the newly installed compost waste and recycling bins in the park. So we'll have a chance to celebrate our young artists who have contributed to this element of our park. And if you haven't seen these bins, they're pretty nice bins too. And then lastly, I'm going to go to another park, Niven Park. We hope that we'll see the community out on November 2nd at 10 a.m. From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're going to be doing a ribbon cutting and a grand opening to celebrate Alex's Playground and Discovery Garden. I don't know if folks have had a chance to be over there and just see the project development. It's a really beautiful project, beautiful playground. And I've actually been out there twice, and on both occasions seen young children sort of eyeing it and ready to
Looking through the
go.
fence.
Yeah. So I hope folks will come out. We'll have a nice celebration. And, you know, if folks aren't aware, this is a donor supported project. And so recognize and celebrate that as well. And then lastly, I'd be remiss, Mr. Mayor, if I didn't say it's your last council meeting before the November election, and folks should have or should be receiving their ballots, and we encourage everybody to vote.
Thank you very much. With that, we move to the next item, which is city council members' reports. So city council members can tell us what they've been up to the last couple of weeks. Would anybody like to give a report?
Sure.
Okay.
You go.
Mine's pretty quick. 3 things. I sit on the countywide Housing and Community Needs Committee, which is a countywide committee that allocates funding that is received from federal and state funds to community housing projects and community public need. Every city has a membership on this role, has a member who sits on this committee, but it's now open to public comment. And I asked the city manager to put it on the city manager's newsletter, which you can receive in your inbox. And I saw it on there, which is listing all the community meetings that are in Nevada, West Marin, San Rafael, and Marin City, and also an online survey where community members can weigh in on where they would like to support this federal and state funding to go to. So I will report more on it once we have the data collected from where the money goes. A second is I do sit on the Central Marin Fire Council with the mayor, and we are entering a red flag warning period starting tonight, I believe, which is a high danger situation for potential for fire, mostly because they're expecting warmer temperatures and east to west winds. So we do get alerts from PG&E about potential power safety shutdowns. Marin is not in the power safety shutdown list, but it's a warning for all of us. It's October, November, our high fire season, to be prepared. What a red flag warning means is to make sure you're ready to go should there be an evacuation order, to not use spark containing equipment in the grassy and open space area, and to be very alert for whether there's an alert that comes out on Alert Marin or Nixle for fire. So tonight's, I think it begins at midnight and it's lasting for 2 days, but it may last a little longer than that. So stay alert, everyone. And lastly is I'm our representative to the Marin Library, to the Larkspur Community Foundation. And I did a debrief with them after the Rose Bowl dance. And I was really pleased to hear the the report that they came up with. And we also went over a lot of suggestions for the next time they're going to put that on, hopefully in 2 years. That's all.
Thank you. Other council member reports?
Sure. So I guess just 2 minor things. First, I really wanted to thank Troops 43 for coming tonight, and I hope you earn your merit badges. And I wanted to give you guys some homework. If you can write a letter to us, a public comment, you've heard them tonight, you just email it to city clerk at City of Larkspur, afowlist at City of Larkspur, and you guys are out in the woods, any environmental issue or things that you see on the roads or that, please, I love seeing you here, and thanks for coming out. A 60-second update from the Smart Board. I went to the meeting today, and I'm really encouraged. I think the, Smart Train is going to pass 1 million riders per year, which is great. It's just been trending up and breaking record after record. The bike program, where e-bikes can be rented, has already started in San Rafael, and you can probably expect to see those close to City Hall here and around Larkspur Bon Air Shopping Center. So if you want to get to the Smart Train at, something like a dollar or whatever it is, 50 cents a minute, that's going to be a great way to close the last mile. And finally, for the Blue Angel weekend, we were talking about the bike path. I took my son, so we did the trip, and they have this wonderful orange van, and that's riding all around Larkspur to Bon Air Shopping Center, Corte Madera, taking people and to the ferry, to the Smart. I really am encouraged to see some of the access and increased options for people who want to get on public transportation. And they have, as of 1 o'clock, they had 40 or 60 people using the van. So that's a program that's growing. That's a program that really, helps Larkspur's businesses and helps people get to work. It turns out that I think over 50% of smart riders make under 60,000 a year, and a whole lot of them are going to work, I think, to the tune of 50 or 60%. So, that's just one agency, but in general, to see public transportation rebounding after COVID is really heartening, and I'm glad that Larkspur is a part of that. Thank you.
Okay. Stephanie, anything to report today? Okay. With that, I will close city council members' reports, which means we will slide into our public hearings. We have one public hearing today, 7.1, the introduction of an ordinance amending Title 16 of the Larkspur Municipal Code to add definitions for schools and instructional services and so forth. Can we get a staff report on that, please?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jackie O'Neill. I'm the Associate Planner in the Community Development Department. And as always, I'm excited to bring forward text amendments for our zoning code. So this evening, I am requesting that the City Council hold a public hearing and consider the proposed amendments to the zoning code and to introduce by title only the proposed ordinance and waive further reading. This is related to fitness and centers and gyms in the city. So the reason this was necessitated is currently there is no definition for a fitness facility in the Larkspur Municipal Code. Or a defined parking requirement for that type of use. The previous standard that staff has been using is to apply a precedent set by planners that have come before us, which is to look at these as schools and to apply the parking standards for schools, usually at the highest requirement. Sometimes that hasn't been the case. Sometimes they've been looking at these by number of students anticipated, number of Pilates machines that are in the room. So just the maximum number of students that could be in a place like that. And we've had several use permits that have come through in my time here in the last 2.5 years. Those have largely been in the Bon Air Center, which follows the C2 allowed uses. And then also other times that it's come up is when we've been trying to calculate parking in areas that have shared parking for multiple different uses and saying, oh, wow, okay, here's a fitness center next to a dental office, next to a wine bar. And how do we really parse out what the required parking is for those existing uses, especially when we're looking at a change of use coming into the spaces nearby. So this table here shows you currently what the permitted and conditionally permitted zones are for instructional services. So we do have a definition for schools, and then within the code, we have instructional services. These are not defined, but they are referred to within the code. And instructional services can have either no noise impact or a noise impact. So no noise impact being things like tutoring services, fine arts, small craft work, things like that. And then things with noise impacts would be dance, aerobics, martial arts, or music. That's how they are specified in the code currently. So the only places that instructional services with no noise impact are currently allowed are in transitional downtown, storefront downtown, and garden downtown. And then as you can see, schools are conditionally permitted in almost all of the zoning districts with the exception of L1. They are permitted by right in R3. And instructional services with a noise impact are only conditionally permitted in transitional downtown, storefront downtown, and garden downtown. This table here is showing someone who has never been to a spin class before. This is just to give you an idea of some of the existing fitness facilities within the city and the method with which they were approved. As you can see, for some that have been in place for a long time, we do not have records for those approvals. Most of them, however, were approved via use permits, either allowing commercial recreation, and instructional service, or a school, as schools are currently defined. So this evening, staff is recommending the following text amendments to define school and instructional services, to clarify that small fitness studios are instructional services, to add text to define the definition of commercial recreation to include gyms and distinguish them from businesses that are primarily class-based, like yoga studios, Pilates studios, the bar studios, things where they're class-based, they're going to have specific student numbers versus just gyms or places where people would be coming in and out on their own volition. Additionally, we're recommending that the zoning district use regulations are amended to permit instructional services with no noise impact in the C1 district and conditionally permit gyms and instructional service with noise impact in the C1 district. In C2, we are requesting that the instructional services with no noise impact and with a noise impact be permitted north of the Corte Madera Creek, and then south of the Corte Madera Creek, an instructional service with a potential for noise impact would continue to require a conditional use permit. And then to conditionally permit all instructional services in the light industrial district. We've also worked with our consulting parking consultant at Parametrics, who helped us come up with the parking requirement for 250 square feet of floor area. I'm happy to go into that further. I would also like to go over some of the public comments that we got about parking in just a moment. And this table is just to clarify what I just said. So you can see where the changes are in bold italics. We would be permitting instructional services, quiet instructional services in C1 and C2, and then conditionally permitting instructional services with noise impact in C1, and then also in C2 would require a use permit if it's south of the Corte Madera Creek. And I want to just point out really the reasoning with the north of Corte Madera Creek and south of Corte Madera Creek is because in the PD district, here, so we have C2 here, C2 here, and then in the PD district here, this is where the Bon Air Shopping Center is. And Bon Air Shopping Center has allowed uses that are the same as the C2 district. And we do get quite a lot of use permits for this kind of service there. So our thought process is by allowing them to be permitted by right north of the Corte Madera Creek, we are capturing that. And Bon Air has the option, if they feel that they are oversaturated with gyms and fitness facilities, they may choose not to lease those spaces there. Likewise, they have quite a bit of available parking. Currently, they have an excess of available parking, so that hasn't been an issue to date. Staff did receive 2 public comments related to the parking requirement. Both of them were objecting to the minimum parking requirement. One of the comments did specifically go into the existing parking for the Mount Tam Racket Club. Give me just a moment. I want to pull this up to reference it. And specifically, they were concerned that if this 250 parking space, one space per 250 square feet of gross floor area was applied to a place like the Mount Tam Racket Club, we would end up with a situation where we would have need more parking. The number that they provided in theirs was that we would need an additional 59 parking spaces for Mount Tam. I did look through the original use permit that was approved for the Mount Tam Racket Club, and at the time, they did not have a good parking requirement to use. They did use a parking consultant to help them come up with what they should have. The number that this person has used in their public comment is based on the square footage of not only the racket club, but also applying, there's a requirement in the parking code that says that you also need 3 spaces per court. As a planner, I can't imagine that if this was a brand new use that came in, we wouldn't double count the 27,000 square feet and also the space for the 13 tennis clubs. They wouldn't be required to provide parking twice for that area. So I don't know that the numbers that are provided in this letter are quite accurate. And then another thing I want to point out is that use permits do run continually with the space so long as there's no discontinuation of the use. So if one of these existing fitness facilities were to close or were to change hands, they wouldn't be required to have additional parking per this parking standard. They would be grandfathered in with the use permit that's already there. So with that, I am available to take any questions. That concludes my staff report.
Let's start with the council. Any questions from council?
Great. Thanks, Ms. O'Neill. So can you explain what happens if, for instance, in Bon Air, there are several businesses that require parking? So is it an aggregation of the minimum parking requirements, or how is that treated?
That's correct. So we currently, they provided a traffic study for a use permit that came in several years ago. And at that time, they were able to show that they've got an excess, a balance of something. I think at that time it was like over 100 parking spaces that were available. So when a new use comes in, we're calculating that new use against the balance and just keeping a running tab. If at some point they were to use up that available parking for all of the uses that were in the space, that's something that we would have to look at that point. They would likely be looking at parking variances then, or some kind of shared parking agreement. The matter of minimum parkings is relevant and something that staff is certainly supportive of looking into. In fact, there are several programs in the general plan that are calling for the city to do just that. However, it's something that staff believes should be looked at comprehensively, not just on a minor zoning amendment, because it is something that is a bigger question. We do have provisions for joint parking agreements, and those are available to be requested through a use permit application. So when there are businesses that have alternating primary business hours, someone can request a use permit for a joint parking agreement, and we are supportive of those.
Okay. Thank you. And also my second question is sometimes, for some of the smaller instructional facilities, perhaps a yoga studio or an art studio, a minimum parking requirement of 1 space per 250 can be onerous. And so have we thought about maybe, for businesses or instructional facilities under a certain square footage, that this ratio is increased? Perhaps to 1 per 500 square feet or something like that, just so it's not so onerous for some of these smaller facilities to have to provide. I mean, if, for instance, 1,000 square foot facility, would have to provide 4 parking spots, and that, you know, depending on the location, it could be hard to get that. So that would be my question, is just, you know, do we put in, and, you know, do we specify that for smaller facilities that the parking ratio is less?
I think that's a great recommendation and something that we should explore today.
Other than the 2 public comments that came in, have you heard from any of the fitness or instructional center management about this issue?
No, we have not.
Do they have any other current sort of parking, other than the fact that there's never enough parking that everybody complains about? Have you heard any other sort of parking related issue that they've come forward with?
No, and I have to say, I don't have a, maybe I don't have a fair answer to that, because the only applications that have come forward in recent history have all been at Bon Air, where there isn't a
There isn't a
parking
problem, yeah.
problem. I can imagine though, if someone was coming for a use permit for something in North Magnolia or here downtown, that might be a different scenario.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Jackie, thanks for the report. So kind of in line with what my colleagues were saying, I'm wondering, you know, for the big picture here, so we have 14 gyms, and, you know, we heard that Mount Tam, based on their calculations, may require an additional 59 spaces. So, you know, whatever that true number is, has Parametrics provided you a number, like how many net total additional spaces do we need?
No, that wasn't part of the study that they provided for us. Really, they were looking at the peak times for gym uses, and then also using the ITE manual and looking at all of the surrounding communities and what their minimum requirements are. I don't know that the intention here isn't to burden the existing gyms to provide more parking, more so to clarify when we do have new use permits coming in, what is the basis. That's certainly something that we could find out.
Yeah, I mean, where I'm going with this is I think that you found a gap is great, and, you know, you guys did a lot of work. You know, overall, like every community member, you know, I'm wanting to support the businesses, and I'm also wanting to encourage and facilitate the formation of new businesses. And so I'm really just trying to get a picture. So, you know, let's just use the Mount Tam Racket Club as an example. So let's take them on their word. It's 59 spots. So there are some options for them, like the joint parking agreement. But part of me says, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So, you know, I live within blocks, and I see, you know, I don't think I've seen terrible overflow parking there. And I'm just wondering, moving forward, like, you know, we want a policy, but, you know, really what, you know, how might this impact existing businesses? You know, I think you said we don't want to disturb, you know, what they have. They're just reclassified. But what does that mean in this specific instance, where it sounds like Parametrics said, you know, or no, not they said that, you know, based on your study, we need 59. And even if the number's 20, you know, what would we do with them? And then if a new business comes along, you know, are we making it any harder for them to form, business, because now they have additional costs in providing parking?
But I think, to clarify, that letter, that public comment did not come from Mount Tam Racket Club. I mean, that wasn't directed to you from that business. That came in from an individual who went over there and counted the parking places.
That's correct. That was a letter from someone at the bicycle.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
somebody's not related. to the
Okay,
club
sorry
at
for
all.
that misunderstanding.
Yeah.
But let's just hypothetically say they need, I'm just going to make up a number, 20 new spots. If that were the case, you know, how would we handle that?
I guess I would just return that with, I don't think there's that many places where we would have brand new development going in. Most of the places where we would have a gym going in as an existing space with existing parking, we wouldn't have a Mount Tam Racket Club coming in today, because simply we don't have a vacant parcel to support something like that. And if it were to go through redevelopment, the existing use permit and parking that's been determined for that use would be carried over, as long as that's a continuation.
So
of
so
the
this is
same
only
use.
for new, only for
This
new.
would only be
Okay,
applying
okay,
to
that
new,
helps.
to new
That answers the
projects.
question. Okay,
Correct.
okay, thank you.
All right, a couple quick questions. First is, Mount Tamarack is classified now as a commercial recreational facility. Gyms would become classified as commercial recreational facilities. So why is there a change in the parking? If they're going to be classified the same way?
That is a great question. I'm just going to go look at the current. So currently there is no requirement for commercial recreation.
As far
Um,
as parking goes?
As far as parking goes, when you look at the recreation facilities, the only thing that under recreation, we have parking requirements are based on yacht harbor, golf course, pool hall, bowling alley, and tennis courts. There's nothing about a fitness facility or a gymnasium or something like that.
So I guess my question is, if there are no parking requirements for other recreational commercial facilities, why are we carving out an exception for gyms?
My understanding is that gyms weren't really a particularly popular use at the time that our zoning code was formed, and that's why they're not included in here.
But I guess my question, at least, and maybe you can answer my question is, are
But
there any
I've
studies
So
that?
that there isn't a requirement called out, but then it's determined on a case-by-case basis when the application comes in. So for example, if there was no requirement, then they would hire a traffic consultant to look at the IT engineering standards and come up with a parking requirement for that use. When the tennis club came through in the 70s, I believe, they actually did a big combination of different uses. So they allocated the requirement for spaces per tennis courts to the tennis courts. They made assumptions for the area for the indoor pool and the volleyball. They used their parking requirement for like restaurants or for bars and lounges for the restaurant space. They had administrative parking requirements for the administrative space. They had they had mechanical and storage equipment. They just essentially broke up the space and came up with a number. And the way I calculated, it's actually the same as what it would be under one space for 250 square feet. So it actually turns out to be the same as what we're proposing today.
So I guess my question is, if we're making a change, are we making a change to make it easier to calculate?
Yes.
Are we, is that the idea?
Yes.
But we're not making.
And reducing the requirement,
Reducing.
right? Because right now it's the school requirement. So if you had 20 students in a class, potentially you have to, I don't know what the student requirement is, but it's fairly high for schools. Or
Projected student capacity. So
it's a strange requirement. Like the school requirement's not intended for gyms.
Okay, so we're carving gyms out separate from other commercial recreational spaces because none of the, we're not changing.
We don't have anything for commercial recreation. So we're establishing something because otherwise we have to get a study for every single project, or they have to apply the school standard, which could be higher than what.
Okay, but this doesn't apply to other commercial recreational spaces, just the gyms, correct?
Not commercial recreation. The way it's proposed, sorry.
Fitness facility.
A fitness facility. So if it falls under that definition.
A bowling alley would still have a bowling alley requirement. A golf course would still have the golf course requirement.
Tennis courts would still have a tennis court requirement.
Okay, so what I'm understanding, tell me if I got this right, is that under the category of recreational facilities, recreational commercial, there's not a set parking amount for that category, but under that category, there are subcategories such as gym, golf course, bowling alley, other things, and each of those have their own special parking requirements, and we are just making gyms similar to that. The gyms now are a different category, such as a bowling alley, golf course, and a gym is now going to have a parking requirement for gyms.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Because
that
it
makes more
currently
sense.
it's nebulous and it currently is under kind of a classification of schools, which is a much higher demand.
Right. And then that's just using the precedent set
Yeah.
by all the staff that came before Elise and I. And to Elise's point about requiring, on a case-by-case basis for these applicants to get, a traffic consultant to do a study. I mean, that's something that is a cost burden and it slows down their project. It's a lot easier if someone can come in and say, I'm really interested in doing tenant improvements and opening up a gym in this spot. What do I need to do? I can tell them at the counter, this is exactly what you need to do. I know that you need this many parking spaces. Are there that many parking spaces? Great. If there's not, let's talk about what we would need to do to get a variance. Can we look at who's next door, do a joint parking agreement, something to that nature? I think if you could see the look on people's eyes when you tell them they need to speak with a traffic consultant, it's really discouraging to applicants, especially to small business owners.
And a silly question, but going back to what you said earlier, one of you said earlier, is if they say hypothetically, yeah, we're a gym, but we actually have 1,500 square feet that are a gym and 500 that's a restaurant and 2,000 that's a tennis court and blah, 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 would they be required to just have the spaces for the portion of the facility that's being used as a gym? Or would it be if you have a gym on your facility, then your entire square footage is based on this?
Typically, we don't allow applicants to piecemeal out their spaces. We do want to look at what is the overarching use. So if you're a restaurant who has like a little play place with something for kids to climb on in the back, we would say you're a restaurant. If you're primarily a gym that also has a smoothie bar inside, we would say that you're a gym.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions. Other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will open up to the public. Any questions from the public on this item? Come on up, please state your name and let's hear what you got to say.
Hello, my name is Matthew Hartzell. I'm a resident of Larkspur, and the amendment to change the use definition is fine, but I would urge you to reject the portion of the amendment that establishes minimum parking requirements for gyms and fitness facilities. In fact, I would make a broader point that the city does not need any minimum requirements for any uses. I would urge Larkspur to in fact join the hundreds of cities across the United States which have eliminated their minimum parking requirements. Here in the Bay Area, across the Bay, the city of Emeryville and the city of Alameda have eliminated their minimum parking requirements. Let me be clear, eliminating minimum parking requirements is not the same thing as eliminating parking. There is still parking. It's just that you let the business owners themselves decide how much parking they need to provide to their customers. Get the government out of deciding how much parking you need to provide. A big concern is that the ITE parking generation manual was cited in this determination. Now, unfortunately, all across America, engineers cite the ITE parking generation manual. This parking manual has probably done more to negatively impact the American built urban environment than any other engineering document in history. And I cite this book, The High Cost of Free Parking by Donald Shoup. He was a professor of mine at the UCLA Department of Graduate School of Urban Planning. This is considered the Bible of parking reform, and he lays out a very convincing, empirically based case on why the ITE parking generation manual is unscientific, not empirically based, and that the recommendations in that manual are based consistently on low sample sizes. The findings are not statistically significant. They have extremely low R-squared values. Just as an example, these are some of the data points that were used to create the demand curves in the ITE parking generation manual. And literally that book, the parking generation manual, has probably done more than anything to negatively impact American land use all across the United States and to create an automobile-centric built environment. So you don't need parking minimums. Let the gyms themselves decide how much parking they need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from the public? Seeing none, do we have any online comments?
For any raised hands from our Zoom audience members. And there's no public comment.
Okay, seeing no public comment, I will close the public portion of this hearing. I will bring it back up to the dais here. And we have a raised hand. Go ahead.
So, Jackie, could you speak to the ITE parking generated manual and what our regulations are by the state to use that, or are there?
I don't know that there's regulations by the state. I think that that is just the standard that traffic consultants are using, and we're using their expertise. I, from a personal perspective, don't disagree with this person who gave the public comment. However, as I stated earlier, what we're trying to do right now is simplify the application process and simplify things for people who want to open businesses
Right.
here. And looking at our general plan, we do have programs that are asking the city to really comprehensively look at our parking and to think about the changes that we can make. But I believe that that's a study that needs to happen at a greater scale and to be more comprehensive. I don't know that just saying today, we now don't have any minimum parking requirements for one specific use is going to alleviate our parking problems as far as, do we have enough parking? Do we not have enough parking? And, listening to Councilmember Paulson earlier, we certainly are trending in a direction to be a more bikeable, more walkable, more transit-oriented city. However, we are not Emeryville. We are not Alameda. We aren't quite there yet. So I think it's something that, and I spoke with Elise about this earlier today, we want to be there. We want to certainly be progressive in and the way that we see our land use, and think with the future in mind. I don't think anyone wants to see Larkspur turn into a parking lot. However, when people want to open a business, it does help them to understand and to have a really clear outline. And I think if we said today, this one specific use doesn't have a requirement for any parking, how do we justify requiring parking for any of our other uses in the zoning code? I think if we can look at that comprehensively, it would be better. And then certainly maybe that means speaking to our traffic consultants who would help us along the way about why do they use the ITE generation manual? Is there other data that we can look to? Can we shop around with our consultants and find out some other metrics that we can use to make those determinations on a comprehensive basis?
Okay, thanks.
Other comments? Okay, let me say, Matthew, I appreciate those comments. And Jackie, I think you are wise with your comments, and I think the answer is it's more of a Larkspur issue than a Jim issue. I think that it is, you are reminding us that this is something that we should address as a council and as a city, but I don't think the appropriate answer is to single out gyms and say gyms don't need parking, but everybody else does, as you so astutely pointed out. But with that, I would take a motion if anyone wanted to make a motion.
Sorry, Mayor. But I do want to discuss, though, if we could reduce the minimum requirements. We don't waive the requirements, but as I was saying earlier, I do think the smaller facilities, requiring a lot of parking can be difficult in certain spots. And so I would like to encourage small businesses, to open here in Larkspur. And then, with respect to the gyms, I believe in our code, Jackie, I don't have it in front of me, but when I was looking at it, libraries and there are some other public spaces that are 1 per 500 square feet. So we could move the 250 square feet up to whatever, 300 or, a higher number so that it reduces the, minimum parking requirement.
So I don't disagree with you. I am looking for consistency. I would like to be fair to all of our businesses. The purpose of this is not to favor certain businesses over other businesses. So I would ask you, how did you come up with this number? And is this based on expected, people that are going to be there? And is that consistent with how we determine the required parking for other types of businesses?
Right. So Jimmy Jessup from Parametrics did point out that the ITE numbers for this use are looking at larger facilities. They're for facilities that are much larger than the facilities we have here in the city, maybe with the exception of the Racket Club. And so he was using the time of day distribution for parking demand, and also just really looking at what our neighboring cities are doing. Something I did just notice in this is that the city of Novato, they only require one space for each 500 square feet in their downtown overlay district. So it could be that we are looking at our districts that have more challenges with the parking, like the areas of North Magnolia and here downtown. As we've seen, parking isn't really so much of an issue in C1 and C2. We don't have the parking issues as much in the light industrial area. Well, it depends. So I think that there's certainly room to make improvements here.
But I think it's important for us as policymakers here to realize that this is why we have staff, and this is why our staff hires experts who are parking engineering experts. None of us are on this dais. And that's why we have our staff who have reviewed the numbers, who have looked at the individual properties and have worked with consultants with an expertise in this area, rather than us crunching the numbers and making hypothetical ideas of what would be ideal with no experience or no expertise in that area. That's why we have Jackie and Elise who help us to do that. And I trust that she has worked well with her consultants who have this expertise and have told us by looking at all these properties and their uses, what the minimum expectation should be. So I think you don't need to necessarily defend your rationale, because I understand that you've worked with a very well-respected traffic engineer and ones who do this all the time. So I think if we pick it apart like this, we're not really working with our staff the way we really should be.
I will say that Parametrics has done a number of traffic studies. They are very familiar with Larkspur and work throughout Marin as well.
And they've worked for us for many years to do a lot of different planning things. That is what their expertise is and not ours.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to echo those comments, and I just, not to try to, pick apart or micromanage, but just for visualization, like I was, thinking about the notion that we go with a lesser number, or that we have no parking. I think, what that can do is the parking, the reality is how many people park, not just the requirement a business has. And if it's waived and more and more sort of demand is created without the corresponding supply, it just overflows into neighborhoods and all that. And I'm assuming that that is what they looked at. So these numbers are not arbitrary. They're based on known traffic patterns in Larkspur. And, I was thinking about Yang's because I walk by there and their square footage and how many spots they have. And I don't think you could just lop off one and say there will be no consequences. So I'm inclined to agree that for now, that's the study. And it's also something that we can revisit. So this is kind of like rent control. If we think there's a parking problem, or we hear that it's hard to start a new business because of parking requirements, we can always revisit it. But I'm inclined to go with what's been recommended.
Let me ask, Mr. City Manager, you're holding a microphone in your hand. Does that mean you have a comment you'd like to make?
I just wanted to comment, Mr. Mayor, if it's useful for the council, just a reminder that something like a parking requirement, businesses have the option to apply for a variance. They have the option to explain to the planning staff and then the planning commission why they need to have a different number than the number that's written into the code. I want to echo Ms. O'Neill's sentiments. I think tonight you may want to contemplate, regardless of your action on this specific topic, to empower the planning commission to work with the staff and start a conversation about our planning requirements in general. But I do think pulling one requirement out and holding it to a different methodology is an inconsistency you may not want to introduce tonight.
I agree.
I agree with your philosophy, and I think that encouraging businesses, like if a gym wanted to open, in downtown, it might be very difficult, although the square footage would be smaller, so the parking requirements would be smaller. But I'm tempted to try to change the number to encourage businesses and make it easier for businesses. But at the same time, I think my priority is consistency. And I think these numbers were picked based on consistent criteria that we have for all the other businesses. And I would hate to favor one business at the expense of another and then, have another business come in and say, how come you did it for them and not for me? And, we end up having a series of those. So I would probably favor, starting the conversation of revisiting parking requirements for all businesses fairly as opposed to picking and choosing when one particular one comes up. But I'm happy to hear if you disagree.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think consistency, carving out gyms and fitness centers. I understand that, we're having a very specific conversation about one use or a specific use right now. But I would like to revisit this issue because I do think it bears, things change, technology changes. I think we should revisit the parking requirements just in general in our code. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so having said that, does anyone want to make a motion on this particular item?
I'll move 7.1.
Can I get a second?
I'll second
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Andre,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson,
it. Yes.
Vice Mayor Way.
Yes.
Mayor Kendall.
Yes. And in line with what was suggested by our city manager, I think it would be appropriate for planning to begin a discussion with staff, regarding our parking and if there's a better way that we can distribute the available parking. Is that fair? Okay. Yeah, great report. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 8, which is our.
Bye, boys.
Thank you all for coming.
Thanks, boys.
All right, let's move on to business items. We're on 8.1, City of Larkspur Community Facilities District. Larkspur Lagoon Bulkhead Replacement Project. Can we get a staff report, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I feel like I just have to start with the Yogi Berra quote and say deja vu all over again. The council will recall that you recently agreed to adopt a community facilities district to facilitate a public-private partnership to potentially have, if approved by voters, an assessment district in the Larkspur Marina to repair the bulkhead that holds the lagoon in place and keeps it from encroaching into people's backyards. Unfortunately, after you authorized that formation and set in motion the path to put it to the voters, the affected area, it came to light that the way that the taxing documents were written, they're following the parcel lines. And in fact, the parcel lines for most of these homes is actually out in the lagoon itself and are longer than the bulkhead length. And the intent was always that you'd pay your proportional share of the bulkhead length, not the property line because of this problem. This is not something that can be fixed administratively. It needs to be fixed by the legislative body. So we are back again with the necessary steps to rescind the prior action and then put in place the corrected information so that the assessment now follows the linear length of the bulkhead itself. And that's how the property owners would ultimately be proportionally assessed for the cost. Again, for the benefit of folks out there, the city has the ability to work in this type of situation with a neighborhood when there's a recognized public interest in this infrastructure, which there is, to maintain the lagoon. And doing this in this way and creating this assessment district will allow the neighborhood to essentially obtain debt financing in the form of bonds, and then those bonds will be paid off through an assessment on the property tax bill over the duration of the bonds. So really is exactly the same thing we brought to you before with that corrected.
All right, and just proving the point that when we pass something here, we can always come back and change it if we need to. So,
Oh, wait.
yes,
Just one procedural point. Bond council has recommended introducing the ordinance to dissolve the previously formed CFD before taking action on the three resolutions. It's not legally required, but he did make that recommendation.
and are one of these A, B, or C for the dissolution?
It would be the ordinance, which is
I see C.
is it
Ordinance 1082 dissolving.
attachment 4?
I'm sorry.
It's listed as attachment 4.
I see 8.1C, ordinance 1082 dissolving community facility
Oh,
district.
yes.
That's C. Ordinance
We-
1082.
So
In our packets, it's listed as attachment 4.
there's a little confusion. So the attachments that have numbers are the attachments to the staff report and are the individual action items. The attachments that are labeled with letters are attachments to specific resolutions. So the dissolution is attachment number 4. It's labeled 8.1 attachment 4.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's have a conversation, see if we philosophically agree. If we do, then we'll pull it back over to the city attorney who will tell us procedurally how to proceed.
So I have a few questions.
Questions, go ahead.
So we've gone through a public hearing about this and we've heard lots of comment and presentation, et cetera. So I know this was just a slight alteration to some of the numbers, but the lot line now has been identified to be extended slightly, if I'm understanding. Have the property owners been made aware of this change? And have they seen the new schedule of tax that they will be getting, which is different, what might be different from when the lot line was presumed to be at the bulkhead?
So I see that the city's municipal advisor is coming, the Mike
Just wanna make sure that
Hessman, so
they're all
I think he'll
informed.
answer your questions.
Thank you.
We've had numerous property owner meetings,
Okay,
and all of those meetings indicated that the cost would be spread based on bulkhead frontage, not
Right.
property line. So it was erroneous. Typically, we don't have property lines that extend out into the water and that sort of thing. So typically, a spread methodology would use a property line. But here we've got a different delineation, and so we need to correct that. So basically what you've had is a dress rehearsal for what we want to do now. And this is just a correction, as Dan had indicated, of the method of the cost.
and do all the homeowners, they're aware of this change?
We have a scheduled, well, the change, there's going to be another public hearing
Okay,
in this process. That'll be the next council meeting that we come to you, and they'll have another opportunity to question or air any questions that they may have. But we have consistently indicated that it's the bulkhead, and they go out with their tape measures and get an idea already, but they can't go out and do a sounding out in the water. So I don't think that anybody's being misled
okay.
by doing this process that we're proposing tonight.
And is your timeline still the same?
Our timeline will be the same as far as meeting the
The bond measure?
March election in 2025. We're we were spread out on the first process because we wanted to avoid the November election and extend it out to March. Fortunately, we have enough time to squeeze in this new formation process before the March election.
Okay,
And so as of March of next year and that election, we'll be on the same exact timeline after that.
okay, good.
Other questions that council have of staff? Seeing none, I have one question, which is for the ordinance dissolving. It says we're introducing and waiving the first reading, meaning we're not actually going to dissolve it today, meaning are we okay passing the other things before it's actually just dissolved?
Yes, process of initiating the dissolution of the existing CFD can be going on a parallel track with the formation of the new CFD. As Mark mentioned, tonight you're taking actions to initiate the formation. There's then a statutory notice period. Then there's a public hearing. Then the council can take the actions to form the CFD and schedule the election. And those two can move forward in parallel.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, let me open it up to the public. Any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, let me open it up to our Zoom audience. Any questions or comments on this item?
Yes, we have one hand raised, and speaker, you may unmute yourself.
James Holmes Larkspur. Just a little parenthetical note. It was a bit surprising that there was this mistake made with regard to the bulkhead versus the property line, because the difference was well known for a long time, and indeed is documented in Larkspur past and present. I notice on page 223 it states about Green Bay Marina. Although the marina's filled land had the usual problems of settlement, flooding, and potential seismic issues, developers face an additional physical limitation on what could be built on the lots because property lines extended to the middle of the lagoon, and the underwater land limited the buildable portion of the lots, resulting in a denser look than the average subdivision. So the distinction between the buildable portion of the lots and the actual lot property line was well known and well documented, and it's unfortunate that you have to have deja vu all over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from our Zoom audience?
Looking for any additional raised hands from our Zoom audience members, and there's no further public comment.
Okay, I will then close the public comment portion of this business item. We'll bring it back to council. Philosophically, is there any reason people do not want to go forward with this? Okay. All right, so we're on the same page. So, Mr. City Attorney, how do you recommend we accomplish what we are trying to accomplish?
I would begin by introducing, waiving first reading and introducing Ordinance 1082, which is the ordinance to begin the process of dissolving CFD 2024-1.
I will make a motion for exactly what you just said. Can I get a second?
Second.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Andre?
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Way?
Yes.
Mayor Candell?
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, what do you recommend we do next?
I think you can take a single motion to adopt the resolution of intention to establish CFD number 2024-2 and the resolution of intention to incur bonded indebtedness for CFD number 2024-2.
I will make that motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Andre?
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Way?
Yes.
Mayor Candell?
Yes. Okay, and with that, Mr. City Attorney, have we completed our mission on item 8.1?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will close item 8.1 and move to item 8.2. Adopt a resolution amending the full year capital improvement program budget for projects related to the development of the commons in the amount of $1.399 million. Can we get a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Public Works Director Julian Skinner. So I have an item for you tonight that includes a budget amendment for your consideration of adoption. We have a PowerPoint here to go over the components of that budget amendment. We did preview it for you at the October 1st City Council meeting. And then in addition to that, we have a couple of other topics that we want to cover this evening. One is there was a memo attached to the staff report that dealt with some of the public comments that we received at that meeting and subsequently regarding energy resiliency components of the project. And then given the conversations we had at the October 1st meeting,
we have looked at the site and we have a couple of additional landscaping enhancements that are our team has feverishly been working on for the last couple of weeks based on the feedback we received. And so they have not been developed to the level where we can give you numbers to include in a budget adoption tonight, but we would like to give you a preview of what we would be looking at in those site improvements moving forward. So first, I'll just go in detail through the budget amendment. It is the $1.399 million. It's made up of the components that we shared with the public at the last meeting. We divided them into three different categories with the approximate costs listed, the budget costs that we're looking to add to the project for these items. The first grouping was landscaping and children's library enhancements, and included in this sum, we did include the original $400,000 in landscaping that was in the Alton and Nolan TAM proposal that we did not include in the budget when we awarded their contract. And again, we have a note for each of the enhancements that we're going to present that indicate whether it's an upgrade that would be more efficiently completed now during the project, or if it's a preferred improvement, meaning that we would like to do it now, but this is something that could occur after completion of the building and after we occupying and using the library. The next category was the resiliency enhancement. So this is the solar panels on the roof that we've discussed, and then a battery for backup purposes that would work with the solar, and then increasing the electric vehicle charging capacity on the site, and then an upgrade of the building structure, and then also changing the clerestory windows, which are up at the roof ridge line, so that they will be operable, so that they could be used for night flushing of the building. And then the last category is just enhancements that don't fit into those first two. And so this is some of the finishes, some of the outdoor space, some of the patio spaces, an upgrade to the siding, and then we're still looking at an improvement to the shade structure at the two ends of the building. I did mention that these are budget numbers that we're presenting to you. This is a budget amendment, so this is not final cost. These are numbers that we would like to add to the project. So we're able to work with the contractor and arrive at a final cost that treat that budget number as a not to exceed number. And so I did want to highlight a little bit of the process. We are providing you with numbers, but there will be a final number for these enhancements that are pursued. And this is kind of a flow chart that we follow on most of our projects. And I've customized this for our project by adding Kitchell's name in there, who are our construction management team that are working for the city. So Kitchell not only helped the city with the request for qualifications or request for proposals and putting the criteria documents together for the design build project, but now they're working as construction managers. So they are reviewing the project, they're reviewing Alton's schedule, they're reviewing all of the work they do, and all of the cost estimates that they're providing us for changes. And so as you can see here on the left, the changes like the enhancements we're dealing with are sometimes initiated by the owner, and sometimes they're initiated by a contractor. They get an initial screening to see whether that change makes sense for the project based on a rough order of magnitude cost of what we think it's going to be. And then if it seems like it's something that fits the project description and the purpose and need, then we have the contractor give us what we call a PCO, which is a proposed change order. And so they will give something back and say, oh, city, you want to add this component? It will cost $45,000 in our estimation. And then we will do an evaluation of that cost proposal to see if we think that the cost that they're providing gives us good value for the enhancement that's being considered. In this case, on this project, we do have the Kitchell team that's assisting us with doing that. Kitchell is a firm that employs numerous professionals in all of the trades that are involved in this. They have electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, architects that are pertinent to all of the different components of work. And they do this on a lot of their projects. They have access to a database for hundreds of projects, and So when these cost estimates come in from Alton, they will review them and they will use similar projects to evaluate whether the cost is reasonable. And so something that's very close by, very close in size, and also a public project is a very good cost comparison to use. And then beyond that, they'll also look at some projects that are a little bit further away. Maybe they're a little bigger, or maybe they had different constraints. And through their team, they're able to use factors to take all of these cost estimates and apply factors to them to correlate to be able to ascertain whether the change order costs we're getting from the contractor gives us good value or not. So they have a vast network of data from all kinds of projects that they analyze. And so after that, it's either this cost looks a little high, let's go back to the contractor and let's compare notes. Here's what Kitchell did in coming up with what they think the cost should be. And contractor, this is where your cost is. Why are we different? And let's talk through it. And sometimes you arrive at, oh yeah, we could do that. And we were didn't think of doing that particular change that way or using those materials. And so ultimately we'll either land where we're on the same page and we have a construction contract change order that we think gives us good value, and then we'll go through the process to move that change order forward. Or we still may land on, well, we're not quite on the same page and we're a little bit far apart. And then we have a couple of scenarios that we can go through. So the three items at the right-hand side here that have the blue border around them are where we can land in these conversations. And so the top one is ideal, where we arrive at a price that we think gives us good value for that change. If we don't get to that place, then we end up at the bottom right-hand corner of our change order flow chart. And one is that we can simply remove that contemplated change from the project, and we can look at doing it after the project's completed, maybe do a separate bid, or maybe find some other way to complete that if we still think it has value, but we're not on the same page price-wise. Then there are also other methods where we can work out with the contractor. We really want to do it. We think that this contract opportunity now is the best time to do it. We don't really want to come back and do it later when the building's occupied. And so for some of the items we're looking at here, what Alton have proposed to do is, if we're not quite on the same page and there's some questions on where the costs are, that they are willing to do their own bidding routine, where they would go out and they would get additional costs. So the cost that they give us initially is generated from their team, but because this is a design build contract, they are able to bid out different components of the work. And as we go back to some of the enhancements that we've showed before, we've definitely seen in some of the public comments that there's questions about the solar pricing, and that there's folks that believe there's an opportunity to get the solar at a reduced cost. And so Alton have agreed that they can look at this as they move forward, and they can reach out and see if they can get some other contractors to provide some of these other prices that we're seeing moving forward. So I did just kind of want to throw that in to give some context to the budget numbers. Now, we're still proposing that the budget amendment that you adopt has the numbers that are not to exceed numbers, and we'll be hopeful that we can come back, and when we do the final change orders, that the numbers the final numbers will be below that. And that's something that we could realize if Alton are able to find a solar vendor that's able to bring the solar component in for less than their initial estimate was. Yeah. So it was a pretty busy flow chart. So. So the next slide is kind of a roll up of those three different categories. And what this does, it assigns funding sources to each of those. So I think, as we discussed last time, there's an opportunity for use of some of the contingency allowance. We're recommending that we release about half of the contingency allowance. It's already in your approved budget to some of these items. And then we understand the Commons Foundation is continuing their fundraising efforts. And so we're looking at assigning some Commons Foundation funds to some of the improvements for the landscaping and children's library. And then, as we mentioned in the last meeting, we were going to look at Measure G and the infrastructure bond proceeds. That's the leftover money from the paving program to fund some of those others. So this slide here assigns the different amounts of funding to some of those categories that I mentioned before. And then there's a little bit further discussion. Well, this is more of a technical administrative because there are 6 different projects that make up the Commons project. Each of these different fund sources for these enhancements actually gets assigned to a different project in your CIP, depending where it is, but the bottom line is still the 1.399. It's the 669,000 of Commons Foundation, 368,500 of Measure G, and then the 361,500 of infrastructure bonds that also will include a portion of the interest that's been building on the bond that I'll explain in a minute. This is a description of those funds that were on the previous sheet. So we already talked about the contingency allowance and how that's already built into the budget. And we think at this point we can release about half of that towards these enhancements. As I mentioned, the Commons Foundation continues with their fundraising efforts. So we're looking at assigning 669,000 of their continuing fundraising efforts towards some of these improvements. And then Measure G, I believe there's an attachment from Administrative Services Director that talks about some of these fund balances. And so Measure G, as we talked about last time, has some resiliency components to it. And so we feel there's about 368,000 of these enhancements would qualify for Measure G, and the fund balance is projected to be about 1.7 million at the end of this fiscal year for that fund. And then the grant interest funds that I didn't really talk about in the last slide. Most of the grant funds for this project, that's the 2 state grants, we already have received that money and it's sitting and it's accruing interest. And per the grant agreement, we are to spend that interest accrual in a similar manner to how we're spending the grant money. So that money will continue to earn interest while it's in the bank until it's drawn down to transfer into the capital program as we move forward with the building. So we're anticipating there's 165 to 195,000 of grant fund interest will be available to go into this project by the time we are finished. And so the last category that I showed is infrastructure bond proceeds. Again, that's the remainder of the $25 million funds that we primarily use to pave the streets. We've got 1 street left, and we've still got a balance of infrastructure bond money that hasn't been expended yet. So when we park money to the side to make sure that all the streets get paid for, and we pay for our last Monte Vista street to be paved, we think we're going to have about $2 million in that fund available. So what the budget amendment is drafted is that for this last category, we would use the infrastructure bond proceeds, but with the caveat that we would reduce that amount by the amount of interest that's available to be spent. So 165 to 195 would reduce this 361 number down. And then in addition to that, we may still have some of the contingency allowance left. We're only proposing using half of it now. If we get to the end of the project and we haven't used portions of that contingency allowance, it's in the budget. We would use those funds too, and that would also reduce the amount of infrastructure bond that we would need. But for the purpose of the budget amendment, it's drafted as it is in the resolution, where it's those funding categories, and then it says the infrastructure bond proceed after exhausting all of the interest on the project. So that's, I don't know if you want to pause here. That's the conversation on the budget resolution that's up for adoption. And then the next slides are regarding the memos that were an attachment to the staff report.
That was, but do you want to, I would probably like to do this all as one item instead of breaking it up into 2 items. I mean, sure. God, let's pause for questions.
So you spoke about the public project procurement process and how we're using Kitchell as our consultant on that and our construction management person company who has the ability to source and look at all sorts of materials and services, et cetera. So we've had several public comments suggesting different dollar amounts for things. And I wondered if you could address how that is not really the way a Kitchell and our arrangement with a construction company would work to take suggested vendors off of a suggested vendor list from public comment? Or do we do that?
Well, so this is a little different than our normal projects, which are design, bid, build, and they're bid by a contractor and they lock their subcontractors in through that process. This is design, bid, build, this is design, build. So part of that process, the design build team goes through a design, and then before they get ready to do construction, their contractor will bid out a lot of the sub work. So they will actually be going out and getting individual bids. So whereas typically, no, that's not a process that we go through. In this event, the contractor will be doing some of that bidding. And we have talked with the contractor about some of the quotes that have come in, and Alton have said that they will be responsive if we want to forward. They will look at them and evaluate them. Now, they're not all going to be apples to apples, but that will be up to Alton to make sure that if they get a quote from somebody that's coming in from a public comment, that they vet that and make sure it's paying prevailing wage. Make sure it's commercial grade equipment that's suitable for this building, and all of those sorts of things that they're bound to do under the contract they have with us to deliver the project under the design build contract. And then Kitchell may also weigh in if we get some that come in and Alton are looking at them. Kitchell can also weigh in and say that's for example, we did have somebody submit some materials costs for part of the solar, and that was for a for a single phase solar array, whereas we're looking at a 3-phase. So they are able to look at some of the things that come in and quantify why the pricing may be different than what we're looking at. So, yes.
So other than, let's say, an example that you gave of prevailing wage, which is a state law requirement, are there other things that are different in a public building process like this than it would be for a private home, let's say, for example? Other than we adopt all the OSHA standards and we have all the specific labor laws.
So, yeah, so there are a number of labor laws, and prevailing wage is probably the biggest factor dollar wise. But in addition to that, no two projects are the same, and specifically residential projects are not the same as commercial projects. We're building a building that we want to be available for public use for 50 to 100 years, and building something for public use is a lot different than building something on a residential scale where the person that builds is going to live in the home and is going to take care of it. There's just a higher level of finish, and that's how the documents were developed for Alton to bid on. So that's what they've bid on. So when they get requests for pricing in from other entities, they're going to make sure that the pricing that's submitted meets the standard of specification that we've set for what our expectation is for this building, which is a building that's going to last for public use for 50 to 100 years. So there's a cost difference there. I don't know exactly what it is. We'll know as we go through the process, but.
Let me
That was
pause.
helpful.
Let me pause for a second. I see Mr. City Manager has raised his microphone. So
I was hoping you'd let me expand a
Of
little
course.
bit on Mr. Skinner's last set of comments. I also want to remind the council, I feel one of my roles in this is to talk about the journey we've been on. And I know not everybody's been with us for the entire journey, so not everybody may recall this council giving us explicit instructions to build to a certain quality. We had a very lengthy meeting and dialogue about, opportunities to save monies by modular construction, making different choices about finishes. And the council was very explicit that you didn't want us to do that. And so this building, a long time ago, we set the specifications at a pretty high level because that was part of what you wanted. You wanted not just a building that was going to last 50 to 100 years, but was going to be a building where people didn't, as I think it might have even been you, Mr. Mayor, said, you didn't want the public to think you had cut corners. And so I don't want that to be lost sight of, because all of the negotiations of all these aspects of this building, we've taken all that direction that we've been receiving over the last couple of years, and it's all been pumped into this negotiation process with the contractor.
Thank you for that. Let me bring it back to council. We're kind of, I'd like to get through the rest of the presentation, but are there any other questions by anyone on council for the first portion of the presentation so far?
Just a couple of questions, I guess, on the list, on the slide with the funding sources. I think, you know, could you add the removal of the gas generator as a potential funding source? I mean, I'm looking at offsetting costs. So I know it's not a new funding source, but I think that, you know, if we're looking at removing something out of the project, we should be able to apply those costs savings to.
Yeah, so we're still working on the cost with Alton for the removal of the gas generator. We did get a preliminary cost. It's in the staff report. I believe it's in the area of $130,000. There are a number of other items that we're working with the contractor that are other changes that are not listed here as enhancements that have potential cost impacts. For example, the bid went out with a concrete wall between the site and the neighbors, and we're now looking at doing a wood wall instead. So there's a cost delta there. So in addition to this, there are a handful of other cost items that some will have plus deltas and some will have minus deltas. The credit for not installing the gas generator is definitely one of those. And so what we're looking at doing is aggregating those and adding them to the contingency allowance that I mentioned before. So when we get through this process and we get to the end and we're looking at assigning costs, we're going to use the interest before we dip into those infrastructure bond proceeds. We'll be making sure we use the interest from the grant because it has to be spent on this project. Then the next category is going to be any remaining contingencies. And that contingency allowance will go up with things such as the credit from not putting in the gas generator. So it's not listed specifically as an item in here, but it will show up in the bottom of the line at the end of the project.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I agree with your prioritization there because as I look at this list, I mean, you know, there's two items on this list that are already baked into the project, the grant interest funds, as you mentioned, and also the contingency allowance. So those absolutely need to go first if we're tapping into funding. And then the offsetting costs, I would put that one, and then you look at the grant interest funds, and then three, the contingency allowance. And then we can, you know, I think measures G and the infrastructure bond proceeds need to be the absolute last buckets that we look at. And then another item on there that I like to just make sure it's on the radar is that there are rebates through MCE and TAM and, you know, for a lot of the resiliency and sustainability things that we're looking at. So let's make sure that we're trying to look at those as well.
Yeah, we've been chatting with sustainability coordinator at the county and then also had a couple of other meetings with some of the folks that help out with rebates and sustainability items in the building and look at things like water heaters and making sure that that if there's rebates out there that we're aware what they are and if they fit with our program. And then we've definitely had conversations in the past with both TAM and with MCE on the rebate programs that they have for electric vehicle chargers. So when we land on what our number of chargers is here and where they're going to be and what models they are, then we'll be reaching back out to TAM and MCE and seeing if we still fit within their rebate programs that they have. Yep.
Mr. City Manager.
If I can be indulged to add
Of
to that
course.
again, Mr. Mayor. We're at the point in this type of project where my role and responsibility working with the Administrative Services Director is to tell Mr. Skinner and the project team if I have a plan that I can present to the council to guarantee there's money to make the project happen. I totally agree with all of your direction, Councilmember Andre. Our purpose in identifying the bonds as sort of a backstop is I feel we have funding resources to press go on at least pursuing these various options, recognizing that we're going to continue to try to find other ways, because I want every dollar of those infrastructure bonds to be available for the types of projects that don't necessarily have the enthusiasm of donors, don't necessarily have the enthusiasm of the community, don't necessarily have grant and rebate opportunities. But I need at this point to be able to tell the project team that I have your support, that there's a backstop plan so they can get moving, because we're at that that they're at that point where they need to know, should we actually be making this part of the project?
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Other questions or comments from council at this point?
Can we just speak to deadline again? It's because I feel that urgency in your comment.
Well, I don't want to, I'm not trying to overemphasize that. What we don't probably talk about enough is a typical design bid build or design build project doesn't have a constraint that this project has, which is we're supposed to have the project done by the spring, is it March? March of 26 to fulfill our requirements under the grant. We don't normally have that in our projects, our capital projects, where we have this absolute hard baked deadline that we hard baked into the requirements for the contractor. So you heard your contractor speak to you at the last meeting saying he's a little concerned. He wants to make sure he fulfills his requirements. So that's the deadline. Have the building done in March of 26, and we're still pacing correctly for that. But that's why we're sort of saying we have to make these final decisions and at least say we have a plan to pay for these things if we need to, recognizing there still may be many opportunities to bring in other funds to cover our costs.
Thank you, sir. Other comments or questions from council on this part? I will remind the public, you will have an opportunity to comment. I would like to get through the entire presentation first, and then we will open up to everybody. So with that, Mr. Skinner, what else you got for us?
Okay, I have 6 more slides. I promise that's it. The next slide is on the energy resiliency enhancements. And so as is in the memo that's an attachment to the staff report, we did get a number of questions regarding these components, both at the meeting and as follow-up. And so in the memo, we have detailed our response on how we're either addressing these items. So this is the rooftop photovoltaic solar, the battery energy backup system, electric vehicle charging stations in addition to what's code required, and then the night flushing, the operable windows, and then eliminating the gas generator that has been eliminated from the project. And then as far as the budget numbers, we have chatted with Alton and they are receptive for items like the solar that are a specialized kind of construction. And there may be folks out there that have gotten lines on materials and have the process down and can provide a really competitive bid to Alton. They're welcoming people to submit that. And if anybody is interested in that, email me. My contact information is on the website, and I'll make sure it gets to Alton. And then there were a couple of things that we're interested in, but we don't feel they fit the project at this time, and we'll do our best to make it so we can accommodate their integration in the future when they become more of a realistic option for the building. And that's mainly about the enhanced EV chargers. So this would be a level 3. So this is like your Tesla supercharger or the big stations that you see near freeways that have a lot more power and they can charge a car a lot faster. It's not typically what would be installed in an installation like this. They're a lot more expensive because they charge a car a lot faster and they require a lot more PG&E infrastructure. If you've seen the Tesla charging stations behind the Bon Air Shopping Center, there's some fences up there hiding a whole lot of electrical equipment that's required to keep those chargers in service. And then bidirectional has come up a lot. And this is something that is taking off on the residential market at the moment because it gives folks an opportunity to use either their vehicles or their grid on their home to choose whether they want to charge their car or charge their house through their car. And so the way that the EV chargers are set up currently in the city is we contract with ChargePoint. And then people are charged a fee per hour when they charge their vehicles. That's the model that we've been using for the library parking lot that we assumed we would continue with. The bidirectional does not work with that model because it has to be metered separately through PG&E. And so The plan as we're moving forward with now is to add the additional EV chargers, but they will be similar to the fee for use that we have now at Piper Park. And then we'll work with our team and with PG&E to make sure that we have infrastructure in place in the building. So this is additional conduits so that we can integrate these features into the building and into the site as needed in the future. If there's grants to pay for some of these, or if the technology evolves to the point where it becomes more the norm and we get resident requests and we want to add them to our project, we don't want to do something that means we would have to jackhammer out the concrete floor of the library in the future because we didn't provide enough conduits to the parking lot. So we're going to work with our team to make sure that we're set up so that we're ready for bidirectional and ready for level 3 chargers in the future if that's where we land and if that technology comes to us.
Mr. Skinner, let me just interrupt you for a quick question. At our last meeting, and I am unbelievably grateful to all the changes that staff did, and the time that was put in and the way that staff listened to the public and really addressed most of the concerns. My question about the bidirectional charging is that there was a pretty clear desire by council to put in the bidirectional if possible. And I guess my question is, was the choice not to do the bidirectional a financial decision that technologically they're not available yet? It was inconvenient because the system we're using, it doesn't allow for it. I'm just trying to understand, because most of the things that people wanted, you did. This was one you didn't. And I was just curious why you made that choice.
So it's a combination of those factors. And so if you take the most common bidirectional example today, it's a residence where the person that owns the EV also owns the house and the grid. And so they park and they have the choice of whether they want to charge their car or put energy into the house if there's a power failure. In this case, in the public parking lot, the person who would be driving the vehicle up is not the same person that's in control of the library and the building. And so there's not that instant, we're going to make the energy flow the way that we want to, because you have the public driving a car and then you have the library that's operated by the city. So then it begged the question of, well, what if we had fleet vehicles and then the city owns the vehicles and the city owns the building? But we don't currently have fleet vehicles that are bidirectional ready, and we probably will at some point, but we're not there yet, which is why we said we can set this up in the future. And the model that we have adopted for EV chargers at the moment is that we do charge a fee for their use. And if we went with bidirectional, we would not be able to do that because it doesn't fit the model of a user fee setup. And technically the PG&E requires that if you're going to charge a fee for using the EV charger, it has to be on a separate meter from the building. So even if we put a bidirectional charger in, it would not be able to backfeed the meter. It would only be able to backfeed into PG&E's grid unless we did a completely different electrical setup. So there's a lot of complicating factors. We didn't think we had enough information and enough policy on what we're doing with charging for EV charging to commit to upgrading to bidirectional at this time. ChargePoint does not make a bidirectional charging head, actually, so we would have had to look at a different model and a different partner to overhaul our fee schedule also.
Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you have a
I
comment?
just can't resist occasionally chiming
Hey,
in.
go ahead. What do you got?
Having grilled Mr. Skinner quite a bit so I could be educated on all these things, I think what the council should be thinking of when they think of bidirectional is that down the road, when the city owns a series of EV pickup trucks, presumably in our fleet, which would have batteries that would be suitable for bidirectional charging of the library, we would want to install a bidirectional equipment that we could plug our trucks into to power our library. I think that's probably a better illustrative way. the EV chargers we've been talking about from the get-go are to provide the
For the public.
public with the electrical version of a gas station.
Right. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I completely agree with the city manager and what Mr. Skinner just said. I think, we don't want the public, the EV charging for the public to be hooked up to the grid. That's not the purpose of, providing resiliency for people to come and charge their cars. So I think there needs to be a separation here. And, to clarify that when we talk about the bi-directional, it's really for the city-owned fleet and not for the public use. Thanks.
All right. Thank you again for clarifying, and feel free to continue.
Okay, next slide. I think my clicker fell asleep. The next slide references the memo that was issued yesterday that talks about additional landscaping enhancements. And so this, I really want to thank the Nolan Tam and the Alton team for the work that they've put in over the last couple of weeks. They were at the meeting on the 1st. They heard the public. We went through a process to arrive at the design that we had. And, we had a conversation after and chatted about the complications of totally moving the parking lot. And we put our heads together and we said, I think we can do something that that addresses some of the comments that came up. And I think there's a tweak here that we can do to our site that will not negate the fact that we wanted the parking lot close to the building for accessibility and fire access. But also open up and allow some public space in the center of the site, which is, I think, the message that we heard is the public had an expectation of there being some central space to this project that could be public space. And so I've got a couple of renderings after this text that kind of show where we've landed on that. We have some very preliminary. This is, as I mentioned, this is only 2 weeks old, so we don't have hard numbers. There's some preliminary budget numbers just for conversations that are provided in the staff report. Our expectation is if we hear enthusiasm from the council that they like the direction this is going, we're going to continue this way and we'll come back with some costing later. And again, because of these enhancements are landscaping enhancements, you're going to have some level of enhancement that you could reach for or reach to, depending on the funding that we decide is available. It's square footage that's going to have a fixed square foot cost, but you can start talking about adding plantings, adding benches, and adding outdoor tables and things like that that could increase the level of the cost in the ultimate improvement. So that's why you see a range in the staff report. Some of it is going to depend on what level of furnishings, how many benches, do you want in these spaces. And so when we do come back, assuming that we get direction to pursue these additional enhancements, we will have a conversation about what that funding mechanism might look like. As you heard before, there is infrastructure bond available that would be available for that. But also we have heard from a number of groups that they're very interested, especially in Habitat Garden and in participating as being a partner with the city in improvements that would enhance the landscaping in that manner. So I'll move on to the exhibits. So this first one is the plan that was presented at the Planning Commission design review. So again, you've got the parking lot central to the site, close to the building. And then the little green area that you see on this one that's between the building and the parking lot is actually a bioswale. So this is part of where the stormwater goes after it rains. It goes into these green areas so that it can filter into the ground and get the pollutants out. So the water that goes into the creek is clean. So this was not, even though it was green, it was not public space in this version. So the team, hearing the feedback, did look at this and came up with a tweak. We still believe there's benefit in keeping the parking lot close to the building and having it come off that bend in Rose Lane where the driveway is proposed. And so what they did is they looked at this next one. what this basically does is it pulls the middle of the parking lot down about 20 feet away from the building. And then, so it moves the parking lot slightly south, but keeps the driveway in the same location. And then they were able to look at pulling those bioswales out of that central area and moving them off to the side. And then this opens up about 5,000 square feet of public space between the parking lot and the building. And then in addition to that, basically kind of the south and east perimeter of the building, under the original plan, were going to be hydro-seeded and left kind of in a very natural state. And so we have heard a desire for additional landscaping. And so they've also come up with what we're calling a Habitat Garden Plus, because the original plan to just seed and kind of have this area wild, we were calling a habitat garden, but we've talked to the folks that deal with habitat gardens, and they said if you really want to do a really good habitat garden, it's all drought tolerant and it's native, but you still do need a certain degree of irrigation to make sure that your plants will grow properly. And you really need to plant, not seed. And if you're going to do that, you should have pathways and you should have benches and you should have some signs that can describe to people what the natural plants are and how they're biodiverse, and kind of like a demonstration garden that some of these groups would be interested in, so that if other folks wanted to see how could I make a natural landscaping, you could have an example of it at the common site. So those are the two additional landscaping components that are additional enhancements not included in the budget amendment tonight, but we would like your direction to keep going in that direction. And as we're working on construction documents for our building permit, incorporate these at least to a design point, and then we'll come back with you before a commitment is made to construct them to go over what those numbers are.
And I'm sorry,
the
Julian,
funding
could
sources.
you said you moved the bioswales. Where did you move them to?
Does this clicker work? This guy, yeah. So they were here before.
Right.
Now they've moved. There's one of them got moved over here, one of them here, but there's also this, they got moved on the back side. So there's a number of bioswales, but there was not one here before. So there's now one on the south side of the parking lot.
Both of the green patches are clear of them at this point.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's the overall site plan, and I'll just go back again so you can see that's the original. And if you pretend this is animation, you can kind of see how the center of the parking lot gets pinched down. So it's about 20 feet, which is the length of a parking stall. So we feel it didn't impact the parking lot too much. It really moved folks about a car length away further from the building than they would have been under the original design. But because we were also able to move the bioswales out and moving everything down 20 feet, it really did open up an area to do some public space in. And so the next two slides just kind of focus in a little bit more. Again, we don't have detailed plans for this, but this just kind of shows a highlight of those highlighted yellow areas are now what we would call that public open space. And it could be areas of the natural turf like we have on the end of the building. It could be some other natural planting beds, and then some shade trees. It gives us more room to get some shade trees into, and then benches or outdoor tables. And then the other component that we looked with, now that we can open up the center of the site and make it more of a public space, is with that being all proposed as green, we know that sometimes there's need for a public space that's hard or it's more ADA accessible. And so taking into account the concern we had with some folks about the expanse of the parking lot, we thought that we could do a flex space here with the eastern half of the parking lot. So what that would look like is it would get built as a parking lot, but it would have some sort of special treatment to it so that it could be used for parking when there's parking demand there. But it also would be available as an expansion of that outdoor central space. Whether it's for displays or events or whatever, but we would construct it in a way that it would flow with that outdoor landscaping space when it needed to, or it could be used as parking if there was a parking need. So that's one half of the landscape enhancements in the additional items. The other is I've highlighted in yellow here. This is really the habitat garden area that we're looking at. So again, under the current proposal, this gets basically seeded and what grows will grow. But the Habitat Garden Plus will really see this landscape to a similar level of what's around the building, where we'll have some planting beds and we'll have some meandering paths, and for some of the bioswales can actually be incorporated in this area as dry creek. So the team has really done a lot of thought through what this could actually be if we had a little bit more money to spend on making this a Habitat Garden Plus. And so we would hope to be able to bring you some of those ideas and some of the costs associated with that at a future meeting. So I think that's the last slide. And so again, there is a budget amendment request before you that requires a vote. And then also looking for some direction on those additional landscaping enhancements and direction to keep pursuing those as we move into construction documents.
Mr. City Manager.
You just knew, Mr. Mayor, huh? I just have a few things I'd like to add. First of all, I know it's in the report. I don't know that Julian said it, but I want to thank the fire chief of the Central Marin Fire Authority. He also chimed in that he was comfortable with these modifications, but that they still satisfy his concerns if his people need to come on the site for public safety reasons. I saw one public comment actually that suggested we were saying we don't need the eastern part of that lot anymore. It's not what we're saying, because we still think we're going to need that when there's an event or something busy happening at the facility, but also it's required so that the truck can make an appropriate 3-point turn, the fire truck, when it needs to maneuver. And so the chief really needs some sort of hardscape pad there. I want to just take a moment to thank Julian and the folks from Alton and Crystal. I said back there. They've been working pretty much nonstop since the last council meeting to try to make some of these things come to life. And I know because I was getting emails all through the week and in the weekends. And so I know that people put in a lot of time to be responsive. We left the last meeting, I think, as your staff and as your project team and as your contractor. And I don't think anybody left feeling like that was how we wanted that conversation to end. So I really want to thank them. They rolled up their sleeves and made sure they went back. They listened to every single comment. And I think have tried to while keeping to the things we need to accomplish and all those competing interests on the site that we've talked about, really worked up a plan that I think is an improvement. And then I know that the president of the Commons Foundation, Ann Morrison's here. I hope she's going to speak at some point. I'm going to jump in because I'm learning from her what I need to do. And I just want everybody to know that these new modifications create some excellent opportunities to partner with us, to sponsor things. This is a legacy project. And don't you want to say you were part of making the legacy come to life? How'd I do, Ann? Was it pretty good?
All right, Dan, thank you. Let me also just say how unbelievably grateful I am for staff and for everybody who worked on this. We left the last meeting. We had a lot of public comments about things that, we're very excited about this project and the ways that we thought it would better serve the community. And when we left, I had the feeling that we weren't going to be able to make it happen. And everybody worked really hard and made some fantastic changes. And I'm unbelievably grateful. So thank you to everyone for all the hard work you're putting in. It really is appreciated. Having said that, let me open this up to council for questions for staff. Yes.
I need to echo both of those comments because I've been working on this project for 10 years, maybe Ann, maybe longer than that. But getting down to the nitty-gritty of this project, we have been working on it for 4 to 5 years. A lot of these ideas were enhancements, and I think are excellent ideas. It was a huge lift for you guys to put these in at the very last minute like this. But I appreciate how responsive you were to some of the public comments, particularly about resiliency. And you did address them in your agenda item attachment 4 for agenda item 8.2. Now, we can't address all of them, and you gave lots of explanations as to why we can't, but the significant number of them that have been voiced in the last several weeks, I think you've met and accomplished that. And I know it's taken a tremendous amount of your time to do that. And so I just want to acknowledge that, particularly since many of these opportunities, it would have been great to have them presented in the work up to this moment, which would have been in our public process 3 to 4 years ago, but they weren't. So we're here now, and I appreciate at this time you were able to put those forward. I'm comfortable with the changes. I wasn't when we had this conversation 2 weeks ago, but as it's explained to me and the benefits, particularly of how the compromise positions were put in with the parking move the way it is and the other opportunities there are for creating more resiliency. I think we're well on the way to creating a better project. But I'm concerned that we have to move forward so we can continue to do little tweaks as it goes along and we learn more. But I'm comfortable with your explanation as to where we are now. I am very concerned that we are going to run into weather. We're going to run into budgets. We're going to run into an election or a recession or something that's going to affect us if we don't get moving on this. And I've seen that happen before with projects that I've been involved with capital campaigns, where suddenly the cost of steel goes up 25% because we waited too long to get moving. So I want to caution us that we could continue to tweak it down to its minute possibilities, but we will risk losing this grant, and we will risk losing this once in a lifetime opportunity to make this building to the best of our ability right now. So I just want to caution all of us about that, because I know there are some additional tweaks that haven't really worked through yet, but I'm confident that the extraordinary amount of work you've done in the last 2 weeks to get us this far, we can manage the rest of them.
Thank you. And other council members, let me just suggest that we use this time for questions for staff. Then we open it up for public comment, and then we can have our discussion afterwards. But with that suggestion, feel free to
Disagree. No, I just want to. Yeah, no. I really just wanted to echo all the thanks, and I've been watching this, and the design looks good. I think all has been said, but I also want to thank the public. I feel there was a lot of thoughtful and intelligent and really helpful suggestions, commentary, and that there's been this partnership, with the Alton folks, and I'm super glad we selected you last year when I was on that committee. So anyway, just big thanks to everybody.
Councilmember Andre, any questions for staff or comments at this point? Okay, so with that, let us open this portion up to the public. Anybody who would like to make a comment, question, anything related to this item, now would be your opportunity. Come on up and see what you have to say.
Mayor Scott, I love your enthusiasm. Ann Morrison, president of the Common Foundation. It's daunting in the political world right now. So I just have to commend the state of California and the county of Marin, city of Larkspur, and the 100+ donors we have that came together and made this happen. It's pretty amazing. As Catherine said, it's once in a lifetime chance. It's been a tremendous collaboration working with Dan and Julian and Damon and the council, with Kitchell, with Alton and construction, Nolan, Tam. We got the Friends of the Library, Larkspur Community Foundation, Larkspur Foundation, and the Heritage Board. Together, we worked as a team and we made this happen. So it's just been such a thrill to watch this come together and with much enthusiasm. So at that, I believe the Common Foundation can raise the $1 million to help with the landscaping along with the unfunded enhancements, because the public wants an incredible building. They want it built to last for a long time. And with the donors and the new donors, I think we can make it happen. So let's just keep pursuing. I know. Thank you, Catherine. So I would love to see a lot of the donors on the donor wall that's going to exist in the building. And we still have naming rights for certain rooms in the building. So it'd be pretty exciting. If those that are interested, please reach out to the commons at larkspur.org. Look at our website. If you want to get onto our newsletter, we do it monthly. And we can see the donor page and you can get my address, and love to sit and have some coffee and explain the whole process. And let's just keep this going. So let's raise that $1 million plus. And Dan, thanks for the for the comment and the shout out. All right. Thanks so much, everyone.
Hey, thank you. Okay, other comments? Anyone feel free to come up on this item?
Hello, council members. David Muller. I live in Larkspur here. Happy to comment on this item. I'm going to split my comments about the budget and then the site plan. And with regard to the budget, I can't say how much I appreciate that the proposed budget has worked through all the proposed modifications, and especially includes the resiliency enhancements that the public requested. And about my only comment on the budget is if there are further budget trade-offs needed down the line, I'd request that that the resiliency enhancements be given a high priority in any kind of budget trade-offs. With regard to the revised site plan, I also greatly appreciate, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the design team going back and taking another look at this. I think what's put up on the board there is a tremendous improvement from what was presented previously, all in a positive direction. One caveat, and it has to do with that flex space. And it's about the priorities of the flex space from a design perspective. It kind of seemed like from the report that it would be built out as a regular parking lot that could be used as a public space. And we're recommending that that be flipped, that it be designed as a public space that could be used for parking. And that's on the basis that we don't know how much parking is going to be needed here. There was earlier parking conversation in this meeting. Should the council establish a number of parking spaces for different uses, or let the use determine how much space is needed? And I think this is a good example of that. So going forward, if the council approves, and we certainly would recommend that it approve proceeding with this design, I would recommend that that particular space be designed primarily as a public space that could be used for parking if and when the demand is there, rather than the flip. And by doing that, probably is a lower cost, and that cost savings could be used to fund other things. We did provide a couple of additional comments in our written comments, adding maybe some berms for screening, a focal point to anchor the public space. We still think a service road off Doherty could be a very useful feature. Locating any outdoor utilities and trash back in that northeast corner of the site. And a key one, I know this is early for this, but somewhere adding an interpretive panel that expresses the historic use of the site by the Coast Miwok. Because we need that land acknowledgement and we need to bring that history in. So with the one caveat about the design priority for the that eastern parking lobe, we totally support this direction. And again, thank you so much to the design team and the council for listening and making these changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julian, can I just ask about that? I saw the decomposed granite idea in here. My understanding is that for turnaround for a fire rig, we need to have a certain amount of space for the fire rig to make a 3-point turn, and a certain composition of pavement that is compatible with a fire rig. Is that right?
Yeah, the requirement is for an all-weather surface, which is usually concrete or asphalt, and that it's constructed in a manner that will support a fire truck's weight. So what the team will be challenged with in this task is creating a space that no matter how we use it, whether it primarily gets used as pedestrian space or whether it primarily gets used as parking lot, it needs to be designed so that it looks like it was designed for that purpose. So they will design it to look like it's meant to be pedestrian and landscape scale if that's what the use of the space dictates over the next however many years, and that's what it primarily is used for. But they'll also design it so that it will hold up to vehicle traffic if it turns out that it is needed for daily parking. So
Right.
that will be their challenge. There are maintenance challenges with decomposed granite and turf block that don't make them great alternatives for parking lot, but we will do something other than asphalt. It will look different so that if it turns out that it's primarily used as public open space, that it will look like it was designed for that purpose.
But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that public safety is a key element that we need to keep in a priority for public use of this property, so that if we need emergency access and emergency vehicles, that takes priority in design over accessibility for community space for walking around. Just, it's really important that we make sure that we have a safe place for fire to access an emergency need.
Julian, I'm sorry, I had a quick question. I noticed one of the upgrades was, I think, stamped concrete as opposed to the regular concrete. Is this the area that we were talking about for that?
No, that enhancement was before these modifications came about. So this is for all of the concrete patios that are around the building. And it was enhanced concrete. I don't know that we landed on stamped, but what's in the base proposal is just concrete like you would see on a sidewalk. So we have been talking about upgrading that. Still has to be ADA compliant. So there are certain things that we can't do, like some of the blocks of concrete and then a block of grass that you'll see in a lot of residential, we can't do because it's not ADA compliant. But there are some types of pavers or some special scoring or some coloring that we would look at that would be what we would call enhanced. So it looks like it's more than just sidewalk.
Okay, and that's kind of the same theory for this as well. Is that right? How you would do the parking so it looks like enhanced parking and would look, so this portion of the parking would look a little different than the other portion of the parking. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, do you have a comment, Mr. City Manager?
So it doesn't get lost in the shuffle, I wanted to make sure and remind the council, because we've talked about before, we will be inviting the Great Ranch, tribe of the Great Rancheria to participate in whatever's an appropriate acknowledgement of the land. That is the entity that should be, the city should reach out to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Let me go back to the public. Other questions for the comments from the public? Seeing none, let me go to online. Is there anyone online that has any comments?
I'm looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members. And our first speaker, you may go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Robin Muller, and I first want to say thank you very much to the council and the staff and to Alton and Nolan Tim for coming back and looking further at the site plan for the project. I guess I should also say thank you very much for looking also quite carefully at the resiliency features. As far as the site plan is concerned, I have two comments I'd like to make. One is about budget, and that's that it's quite unclear to me what the previously unfunded $400,000 basic landscaping shortfall was to be allocated toward. And so I wonder if that's part of the money that we're looking for to pay for these other enhancements, or could someone please tell me where that money was to be spent? And then the second comment I have is I think that the proposed modified site plan is an improvement on the design review approved site plan, and I appreciate that quite a bit. And I have a list of, I think 7 bullet pointed additional comments that I made this afternoon. I'm sorry you got them quite late because I didn't look at it until middle of the day today. I didn't see that plan. And so if you could look at my comments, I would appreciate that, because I did give some thought to it, and I think that they could contribute to thinking as, or I would like that input given to Noel and Tam as they're thinking about the further design for the interior of the project, because presumably there will be I look forward to seeing more detail there. And in particular, I would like to continue to explore. Catherine, I have no doubt that the fire, that we all agree that safety is a very important feature of this, and that the fire requirements are significantly important. However, is there a way to shift that parking that Julian's talking about as being flex parking further to the south, and adjusting that? And frankly, this is the first time I understood that there were bioswales in the previous design anywhere, but I didn't know that they were in that front planter area. So I'm glad to have gotten a little bit more understanding of that. So anyway, thank you very much for looking at this again. And I look forward to the new library and to seeing what your next steps are as you develop these plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison, is there any other comments, hands raised on Zoom?
Looking for any additional raised hands from our Zoom audience members? And there's no further public comment.
Okay, I'll give it one more crack for here. Anybody present want to make a comment that did not? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back up to the dais. Anybody would like to begin a discussion up here? All right, let me just ask staff if someone could address Robin's question. I don't know the answer to it. The $400,000 shortfall. If you can kind of explain that situation a little bit so the public can understand it.
Yeah, so in the staff report, there were a number of attachments. It looks like it was attachment 2 in the staff report that before, when it talked about the enhancements, it did also have a brief description of that $400,000 line item. And so basically the design build team put forward a proposal and we awarded them a contract. Their proposal included landscaping around the building. If you look at the preliminary site plans that we've been sharing, they have 2 shades of landscaping on their site plan. They have a dark green and they have a light green, kind of a ghosted. So all of the dark green, the trees around the building, the planter beds around the building were included in their base proposal for landscaping. At the time that we awarded the project, we were looking for funds to make the project whole. And we identified that there was the potential to delay or defer the landscaping from the project to a future time when we had a better handle on the amount of funds that were available overall. So when we awarded the contract to Alton and Nolan Tam, we did not fund $400,000 worth of landscaping that shows up in their base proposal. So that $400,000 pays for just the base landscaping that was in their proposal. They did, in addition to that, have some ghosted light green landscaping on their site plan. That's the subject of one of the enhancements that's included in your budget. And then further to that, making the habitat garden a level above that is one of these additional that we were talking to. So if we didn't add the 400,000 into the project, then there would be no landscaping on this project. Everything would be graded and it would basically be seeded similar to that basic habitat garden with wild seed, which we would need to do for erosion control so that every time it rained, we didn't have mud flowing into the streets. But there would be no trees. There would be no planter beds. It would just be bare other than covered for erosion. And the thought behind that was that as we looked at the budget initially, landscaping would have been the easiest thing to come back and do later if we weren't able to fully fund the project. So that's why we deferred the funding of the $400,000 base landscaping initially.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. City Manager. Did you have something you want to add to that?
I think Jillian did a very thorough job. To the second part of that, though, that I think a lot of folks asked us is this new area that's the light green or ghosted shaded area in the staff report, that's the area that in the initial base proposal, we had pretty modest plans for. And I think you've heard loud and clear, particularly from advocates for biodiverse gardens, that this is a tremendous opportunity, and ideally we would develop it on day one for that purpose.
Thank you. All right, bringing it back to council. Any other comments or questions, or go ahead?
And this is a question for Noel and Tam. Is this the Thermary siding, premium siding material? That is the upgrade? Is this? Okay.
So just
Great.
to note, Mr. Knowles answered yes.
Okay,
That's
great.
that is.
Thank you. All right, so this is the 52,000, I don't have my the $52,000 estimated upgrade cost for the siding. Okay.
And
I just
remember,
wanted to confirm that.
and remember that I have this correct. That's so that the maintenance costs are actually lower over time if we do that now.
Right. Great.
Okay, if no other comments or questions or discussion, can I get a motion?
Oh,
Oh, we have more comments, or go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I do want to echo all of the public comments and my colleagues. Thank you very much to staff, our architects, Noel and Tam, Alton, and the public for just really all the efforts and the time and the energy is spent on this building. I think we can all agree that we want to build a high quality building for the public that is going to last a very long time. And I think all of the comments that have come forward have really made this building better. And so I thank everyone for their time and efforts. And, and I do thank our architects, our design team, and the construction team for working through the weekend. I know it's a 3-day weekend to help bring some of our vision to life. And I am very grateful for the revised design. I think it looks really good. From a budget perspective, I think, thank you, Jillian. I know the crazy flow chart was a little crazy, but actually it really helped me a lot because I am, one of the things is I do want to make sure that from the public's perspective that we are demonstrating fiscal responsibility and responsiveness to some of the comments about value and value engineering and value proposition. And I think the process helped me understand better as to how things will be moving forward. So I do appreciate that. From my perspective, I do think that there are a number of uncertain items. So from a budget perspective, so, I think, and it's primarily with the landscaping. And I think I would like to move forward with the sustainability and the resiliency, all the things that we've listed here. I think that, a couple of the things that we identified earlier that were associated with the building itself, like the children's sliding door, the sliding glazing to the outdoor area, the thermary. Anyways, basically on the items here that are listed that staff has denoted as upgrade and that would be most efficiently included in the current work project now. I would be, hold on a second. I would be in favor of moving forward. Although I do want to better understand the wood ceiling and the concrete pavers. But anyways, where I'm going with this is we have a lot of landscaping that is still to be determined and the costs of that are still outstanding. So while I'd like to be able to move forward with that, I think from a budget perspective, for instance, I'd like to be able to understand, what are the costs of this habitat versus putting in 34 new trees or the, curved bench. I think I would like to have a further conversation a little bit further down the road when we have a little bit more visibility into those costs to really weigh, where we apply our funds.
But you're okay with resolution 7524 as it's written and moving forward with it the way it's written in the staff report? And later on, having the opportunity to talk about landscaping. That's the one that's in the staff report. Which is the amended budget.
So if I could clarify, the resolution would move forward all of that landscaping that was part of the original project vision, but we weren't sure we'd have the money for. My layman's characterization is it's moving forward, the landscaping, that's really part of the building in a sense, right? Because the building's footprint is the building itself, the structure, but we've built this, we've designed this so there's indoor outdoor flow. We want people to enjoy the area around the building as well. So tonight we're asking you to authorize that landscaping. That's that original 400,000. The parts we need to refine and come back with final numbers are the additional, the tweaks, the biodiversity work around the edges of the property. And so I think, and stop me if I'm wrong about this, Julian, but I think I was right. So we would come with those numbers. We'd have an opportunity to talk to our funding partners. You had at least 2 organizations at the design review meeting for the planning commission say they would like to be partners with us if we allocated space on the property for their visions. And I think we need to have those conversations before you finalize those numbers. So I can appreciate your hesitancy there. And I think we still have time to do that for that balance of the property. But what you would be adopting tonight, a really good slide, I think, is a really good thing to look at are the attachments to the staff report itself. Because that gets you into what the resolution would approve this evening. And
Well, the way I read the resolution is we're passing the full 1.399 tonight.
that's right.
Right.
That's right.
So I guess what I'm saying is some of the 1.399, depending on the costs of the additional landscaping. And maybe you're going to tell me, if later on the $200,000 to $400,000 for the amount for the new common area and also the new habitat garden, we might be able to make trade-offs there. I mean, I am concerned about just having this budget grow and continue to grow. So, I do want to make sure that, to the extent that we have to make some trade-offs in the future, that some of these items can be removed so that we can fund perhaps some of the other things that the design team has yet to identify or put forward a plan on.
At this point, the budget you're being asked to approve tonight, I don't anticipate the design team coming back to modify that. And so I think it would be fair to say we need that authority so you can finish up programming that aspect of the project with the team.
Yeah, I think is the question, let's say we go through those additional landscape enhancements and everybody really likes the central space, but we find we don't have additional funding and you would say, I wish we hadn't spent $100,000 on the 34 extra trees and the little habitat. I would rather have spent that money on the central area. Is that kind
Yes,
of what your
that is
question
my question is
Yeah.
if we don't have the funding and, and we will have gone ahead with something that,
Right. So we will, when we come back with our cost estimates and a better picture of what those other landscape enhancements are, hopefully we'll have a better idea of where our budget is and how realistic we think it is that we're going to be able to fund those. In addition, some of these items, like say a patio area, your budget approval tonight lets us move forward and design that. That doesn't get built for 6 to 8 months, maybe. So you authorize the budget with this. And if we get to a point where we would rather have some of that habitat or that central area and the funding didn't quite shake out the way we thought, let's not do that patio. Well, you authorized $60,000 for a patio. We spent maybe $10,000 designing it, so we can add it in the future. We park that, and then we can take the 50,000 that we didn't spend building it and move it over to, we can have those conversations later. But your budget authority now lets us start moving as forward as though we're going to build all these. It lets us design them so they get added into the project. And then if we have budget crunch issues later on and we come to a, oh, I wish I hadn't that, then we will have spent the design portion of that budget authority, but we would still have the ability to pull that out of the project and say, you know what? We approved the budget for it, but we really want this central area and we don't have more budget for it. I'd like to grab that budget from the budgets. We can move that money around further, but your approval tonight will at least let us move forward and get those things designed.
And Julian, can you tell us, will we have a meeting when things become final where it's like, listen, we spent the design money, we are about to, irrevocably commit to getting an $80,000 bench, do you want to give the thumbs? I mean, I'm fine okaying it right now, but if something comes up later and it's like, listen, I would much rather have this than that. Is there a time when you're going to come to us and say, hey, you can no longer change your mind?
I would think that moving forward, as we come to you with our next iteration of what those additional features look like, and I don't quite know what the timing is, given that we have holidays coming up, that at that time we would have a better idea of how the response has been and the fundraising and how our fund balances are looking at the possibility of those being able to be funded. And then, I think as we get into construction, every day that we spend on construction where we're not using some of that contingency allowance that's parked there for other things gives us more information to which of these we're going to be able to fund. But yeah, if we have something that's catastrophically different from what we've told you as our budget look ahead, and we have some of those big ticket decisions that will be made, we would come back and say for some of those bigger ticket items. But on the micro level, it won't be so much. Some of that stuff will be plus and minus. But if we have a big decision ahead of us that is contrary to direction that we've received, we would come back to you with that.
And Scott, in my over 10 years experience now with this, I can tell you, and much of it with Julian as our public works director, including some significant projects like the Bon Air Bridge project and the repavement project with Measure B and the other measure. He is extraordinarily diligent about costs and about finding the best opportunities. And every report we ever got, this is before any of you sat here with me, about the Bon Air Bridge replacement project. Every report was him looking for ways for us to save money, for us to figure out ways in which we could be more efficient, for ways in which we could work with the contractor to make sure we were under budget and that we didn't have cost overruns, considering all of the complications in that project. So I think we're working with a very good team. Kitchell also has an excellent reputation in doing that. And I'm assured that Julian is well aware of how important fiscal responsibility is for all of us, and will present that to us as it comes along. And he did that very well with the Bon Air Bridge project along with the city manager, and we came under budget on that. And some of that money we're able to use for this project. So I'm confident in this.
Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, I'd love to add a comment, Mr. Mayor. So I did want to also add, normally in a typical project, the bridge, the roads, I get updated from the public works and the project team, and they told me they found savings or they don't need their contingency. And I say, thank you very much. And I tell the finance team, hide that money so they don't have it anymore. We've treated this project differently. Every time Julian finds $1, whether it's contingency savings, whether it's a grant that materialized, whether it's the interest that we discovered we could spend from the money being in the bank, we aren't parking it somewhere else for another project. We're pumping it back into this project. So I agree the budget keeps kind of looking like it's growing, But it's part of that, as I'm saying to you, I think I've found other pots of money to make this work. But some of it is I'm allowing Julian to realize his ultimate dream, right? He saved $1 in the project and he gets to put it back in the project and make the project better. Because this is a different kind of project where every dollar can make this project just that much better. And so I guess part of what we're asking with this item tonight is we think we can make this all work and at the end of the day, fit it into the city finances in a responsible way. And giving us this budget authority this evening, it gives the team the space they need to keep making that work for you.
And I don't disagree with anything you said. And I do think that, yes, to the extent that we can find dollars within the project and reapply, that is absolutely the way to go. I'm just concerned that, we're going to approve 1.4 million. There's more to come. And we don't want this, but this project to keep ballooning. So I would appreciate, and maybe this is an offline meeting that I have with, the city manager and Mr. Skinner, but I would appreciate periodic updates on where we are with respect to the budget on the library. And in particular with some of the resiliency option and sustainability options, I am interested in maximizing the solar and the battery capacity. And so with every additional dollar, I'd like to figure out how we can improve the resiliency of the building. So I don't know if that's a, conversation that we all as council have to come back and to talk about, but I'm happy to have these conversations offline with the city manager and the Public Works.
I appreciate that. And I think we will have many more conversations about the library. But for right now, I think we need to give staff the approval to move forward so that we can build this library. So with that, I would ask if anybody wanted to make a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Can I ask if anyone would like to second that?
Second, resolution 75.
Can I ask for roll call, please?
Councilmember Andre,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Way,
Yes.
Mayor Candell.
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, I will be more than happy to bring periodic updates of how the budget's
Yeah.
tracking.
This
That's
is not
a
going to be
challenge.
our last library conversation, right?
But
You know.
I want everybody to be assured, we will do that. That's not a problem.
Yeah, and if we have to move money around or change priorities, I think it shouldn't be a problem as things move forward. We have one item left. You want to? All right. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We are on our last item, 8.3. Discussion of formation of advisory body dedicated to climate and the environment. Can we get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council and community. My name is Shannon Elder. I'm the assistant to the city manager, and I have a brief presentation at the end of the night here for a discussion. So many people in the audience. For a discussion of a formation of an advisory body dedicated to climate and the environment. So why are we here? Climate and the environment are major issues of the 21st century. They were also big issues in the 19th and 20th century, but we didn't do enough. So there's going to be well into the 21st century, probably 22nd and 23rd century, we're going to be.
We make it that way.
The environment. Larkspur as a community really cares about the environment and limited climate change to the extent possible we can in our small community. Recently, many Marin cities and towns have established advisory bodies related to sustainability, climate, and the environment. And due to interest in the community and expressed by the council at the dais and talking to staff, we've agendized this item to seek guidance from the council as a whole body here that we can talk in public about interest in forming an advisory body related to climate change. And to save the date, we are going to be providing an update on our climate action plan, as well as an overview of the regional group that meets on climate issues, the Marin Climate and Energy Partnership, as well as the recently published Marin County Electrification Roadmap Plan, tentatively scheduled for the January 15th, 2025 regular meeting of the City Council. So when I reference all of these other plans, et cetera, that date is the date where we will be giving an extensive presentation about this item. We lined this up to avoid the holidays. The new year will have a new council member seated, so the new council member can receive this information, and it also lined up with the schedule of multiple people who will be presenting on that issue. So what are we doing now? So the current effort we have around climate efforts and the staffing structure is that we're a small city. We have limited staff resources for everything, not just for climate. Many city efforts we do as part of work with our neighboring communities. City sustainability initiatives back in the day were historically under the purview of the then Planning and Building Department. That's now our Community Development Department. In 2021, we moved the majority of sustainability initiatives under the purview of the City Manager's Office with support from other departments on a project-by-project basis. The majority of this work falls under the purview of the Assistant City Manager with support from the Administrative Analyst. Fun fact, the Administrative Analyst was one of the first members and the founding members of the Novato Sustainability Commission. So he served on that commission when he lived in Novato. Current work we do includes, this is just a high level approach, is we have the management of our adopted climate action plan. We represent at regional government organizations, including the aforementioned MCEP, as well as Zero Waste Marin. We manage all communications related to sustainability. I think rarely a city manager update goes out without some mention of things the community can be doing or interested in related to sustainability, climate, and personal action, as well as resources. And also implementation and compliance with some of the regional and state regulations. One that's a big one is SB 1383, which is a short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy. Many local governments in Marin have some kind of climate action and sustainability committee. A number of agencies have designated a shared staff member or a dedicated staff member just for the agency tasked with climate and sustainability items. It's in the staff report for folks to review, but this is just the matrix of the breakdown in all of the incorporated communities in Marin, as well as the different staffing models, who has a dedicated staff member and who does not at the moment. Larkspur does not have a dedicated staff member or some kind of advisory body or climate action committee or sustainability committee. So I just wanted some considerations for council tonight to ask questions before staff would bring an additional item if there's interest with some more details of, what the goal of the advisory body is. This includes, do you want it to get updates and information and know about staff work plans, make recommendations and provide feedbacks before items are sent to council? And then also the focus, absent of any council direction, we'll look at our neighbors and see what they do. But there actually is a difference between climate, sustainability, the environment, resiliency, adaptations. These are all actually separate things. Generally, and I think it's a good model in Marin and across most of the state, it's really on climate action and reducing carbon emissions with, I don't want to say secondary in the sense that it's less, but as also appropriate, looking at ways you can enhance or protect the natural environment. And then cost and staff time. So anytime we do something new, it's an investment and it necessitates additional staff resources. You don't want to create a commission or a committee with nothing to do, right? You want staff resources to be there. You want those to be productive meetings. You want something to come out of those meetings. So we need to find the time and resources to do that. This includes just basic work. Takes a lot more work. You can ask Allison offline maybe how much time it takes to run a meeting, take the minutes, all of the basic preparation, as well as some additional work that may come that is implemented at the recommendation of that advisory body. And then just the structure, format, and composition of the advisory body. Again, direction around the number of members, the requirements, some of it on the matrix. A lot of these committees and commissions have a student member or a couple of student members that are designated, the duration of terms and the frequency of meetings, and then how the meetings are staffed and how we find the resources for those. So we have some, based on our research, talking to our neighbors, et cetera, we have some preliminary recommendations for council to consider in next steps. For staffing, right now, due to budget considerations and area of staff expertise, initially at least, staff is proposing that the advisory body would be staffed by the Community Development Department with oversight by the City Manager's Office. And part of the reason for that, aside from the fact that we have limited resources and we'd love to hire people for everything, but we only have so much budget, is that the Community Development Department is well positioned, I think, to help research and coordinate some of the areas that are of particular interest to this community. Electrification, reach ordinances, assisting both contractors and homeowners with remodels in ways that may be more energy efficient, climate efficient, et cetera. And also in terms of providing updates to the climate action plan, when we talked to the community development department, the city manager's office sat down, it would also nicely coincide with some yearly updates and reports that are required related to the housing element. And the housing element has some climate components now with this next cycle. And then just composition of the advisory body. There are no hard staff recommendations on this. I think including a high school student or high school student members would be a great way to engage a certain portion of our community, or at least consider it, as well as just considering the frequency of meetings. A lot of cities have initially monthly meetings when the advisory body is new, to help establish the work plan, get feedback, et cetera, and then revisit that after the committee's been established for a while and move either to bi-monthly or quarterly meetings or whatever is determined to be the best fit. And so I'm just putting up these questions that were in the staff report for council to provide feedback to us so we could bring an additional item. I would think if there's interest at that January 15th meeting would be a great opportunity, because we're already talking about climate and we're out of the holidays. Some member of our communities will be around. And that's it. That's all I've got. So I'm members of the community, members of the council. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Appreciate that. Let me bring it up to council. Any questions for staff? Seeing none?
Yeah, just,
Whoops,
yeah,
seeing
sorry, I
one.
was, this time of the evening, it's regaining consciousness, but, I was curious, having looked at the other jurisdictions, so the 11 cities, how many have climate action committees? I know Port
The 10
Madera does.
incorporated ones, I think it's 8 have some kind of either sustainability committee or climate action committee. They're called slightly different things. The missions are pretty similar.
Okay.
So that's currently who has them. And then I believe it's like, hang on a second. Let me look at the staff report. It's late for me too.
It's
going
okay.
on. It's late for me
I
too.
guess I'm,
Right.
where I'm kind of headed with this was, which, what I think the direction you're looking to research anyway, on a rough estimate of costs, and I'm assuming it's not going to be dollars, it's going to be more staff time. What are you seeing as an average, prorated for our jurisdiction? Would this be like, would we need half time or a quarter time,
Yeah,
stuff?
so currently, and this is not an exact breakdown, right? But currently the administrative analyst, about 20 to 25% of his time is on sustainability and climate items. A solid 20% of my time is, actually it's pretty reliable and pretty quantifiable on climate items. And then this new, with the additional staff resources, I would imagine that it would actually fluctuate and vacillate a little bit. In the first year, I think it's going to be a lot of time, because there's going to be a new committee, a new commission investing in that resource. And then over time, it won't be way less, but it'll probably become more routine part of the work plan. I would think, I can't say, but probably around maybe 20 to 35% of their time would be around climate. But the goal, when we talk to staff in the community development department and talk to all the folks on our staff, actually, is that this person, aside from just the work of the committee, would be inserting themselves into projects we're already doing, right, and having a climate focus. So it would be, having a climate focus to things like, how are we distributing information at the building counter, et cetera. It's more work, but we're already doing work about how to provide excellent customer service, how to educate people at the building counter. Does that
Okay.
answer the question?
It does. And the other, again, these are a little bit open-ended, but we always think about partnerships, with Park and Rec, we've done well with fire and police. And I believe you've attended a lot of these meetings,
I did
as
all of them.
you've attended all of these meetings. Is there a proposed model for even, Central Marin climate action, consolidation or something, just not for savings as much as for, efficacy?
Yeah, so at the staff level, that's what MCEP is, and that's the purpose of MCEP. So we'll go into that more in the January meeting, but there's a staff person that works with all of the cities, towns, and the county. And we do things like, there's a model climate action plan, and then we customize it for our individual jurisdictions. We have the same staff member do our greenhouse gas inventory, so we're using the same kind of methodologies. There's a meeting every month where you go over what climate actions you've had, what you're implementing, so you can share things like model ordinances you've done, EV strategies, et cetera. So that's happening at the staff level. In terms of at the community level and advisory bodies, et cetera. Each of the agencies who have some kind of committee have their own committee, but you'll see a number of cities share a staff person if they hired a dedicated sustainability staff person. That works. The model is half-time for two cities, or I don't know exactly what the breakdown is, right? But that you're shared by two agencies. At this point, I think we're always open to talking to folks, et cetera, but a lot of the cities who have shared staff members, that's already happened and happened a few years ago, in terms of hiring, et cetera. And then, candidly, as a city, when you have to share a staff member versus go in on resources or do an additional agency, trying to determine the 50-50 share of something, especially if you're in startup mode, et cetera, can be a little bit difficult.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. And Shannon, so who represents Larkspur to the MCEP?
I do, and I'm on the executive committee for MCP.
Okay, and so I guess I don't understand why you wouldn't also be, if we decide to create this commission or committee, why wouldn't that representative or you be the staff person or liaison for the committee?
Right. So a couple of reasons. One is time, and then the other and current purview of the ACM position, not just me. And then the second thing is, there's the purpose of MCEP and why the ACM, and we had a higher level designated position attend those meetings, is that's really to look for regional coordination, et cetera, versus implementing a work plan and receiving things from a committee. So an ACM could staff that committee in theory, but in terms of what actually is the update to the committee, liaisoning and day-to-day stuff, we just thought that the community development department would be closer to that committee and a better fit.
Okay, but I think it would probably be, what is the purpose and the mission of the committee? I mean, I guess I don't see the climate committee as just dealing with building codes or, I mean, I think it's much broader in terms of climate. So anyways, I'd like to bring that up for discussion with the rest of council. Thanks.
Shannon, I've got a question, which is with MCEP, you're interfacing with all the other, jurisdictions. The ones that have committees, what benefits do they seem to get from having those committees?
Yeah, so increased community engagement, is usually the primary purpose of a lot of advisory bodies, right? It's just another chance, right? Because staff, when you work with someone and when you work with people and when you really get into the provisions of the Brown Act, et cetera, a lot of things should be happening in public. So I think it's a way for staff to be able to talk about what they're working on and receive feedback from.
Do those jurisdictions seem to have more well-rounded ideas and feedback and better, diversity of ideas than the ones that don't have those committees?
So a couple of things. So in a lot of communities, these committees are fairly new, at least in government time. It's the past 2 to 3 years that at least in their current form, they're existing. So I think probably some of those communities, if you ask them or if you ask staff, have seen the benefits, but also are increasingly seeing the benefits, right, as they've hit the ground running. I believe the oldest committee in its current form is in Sausalito. And again, I'm sure that community sees a lot of benefit. If you want to look at the GHG inventories for all of the cities in Marin, and that's modeling, right? It's not a perfect measure of sustainability, but there's not a huge difference in communities where a community with a committee has 30% less GHG emissions than a community without a committee.
Right.
But those things can also be hard to quantify.
Right, but yeah, that's my point. I mean, so someplace like Sausalito, is the idea that they have a happier community because they're getting input and are they implementing more things than other jurisdictions? I mean, I'm trying to understand what comes out of having a committee.
Yeah, as a public servant, I'm not sure that any kind of meeting always results in happiness, but I do think it can result in increased engagement, right? And increased value.
Okay.
And it looks like the city manager might want to add something.
I'll chime in and maybe link some of Councilmember Ronder's questions to your questions. Excuse me. You have to keep in mind that you can only ask your committee to do things that are within the legal jurisdiction of the city. And so I think from years of conversation that I've had, that I know Shannon's had with our colleagues in these other communities, you know, the Brown Act is such a constraint on a committee that most of these communities actually have much stronger organizations that are parked outside the city that do a lot of the advocacy and nonprofit work and the just general promotion of sustainability. And I think the efficacy of some of these groups is hard to measure because it's not just a reference to the committee, which lives in this legally constrained environment, but the efforts of the community and the community groups that are taking what the dialogue is at the committee and they're making it, putting it into action within the community. And it'd be hard to go out and measure all of that, but I think if you just start talking to your colleagues, you'd probably hear that there's a lot more than just the committee that are active in their communities.
Right. I guess my question, and then we'll turn over to the public. It's a public hearing, but people who are interested in, environmental issues, sustainability, are active with communities, not just in Larkspur, but in Marin, in surrounding areas. They come to council and say, hey, I'm here representing this group and this is what we think you should do. And I mean, we get that now. So I'm curious, if we have a committee, is it that more people would be involved or we would hear more directly from them as opposed to how we hear from people now? Is that what we're going for?
Do you want me to jump in on this?
So if we thought that we were woefully behind on climate goals and we would need a committee to necessitate doing it, we would have brought this item proactively before. So as staff, a lot of times we think we're doing a great job, et cetera. This item's brought before the council because we've received feedback from the community that this may be a value add.
Okay. All right. So before I turn over to the public, any other comments or questions for staff? Okay, let me open up to the public. Anyone in the public? Come on up.
All right. David Muller, I live here in Larkspur. So I think, at least from my perspective, what seems to have raised this issue is it seems like in the 2.5 years since Larkspur adopted its Climate Action Plan 2030, there really has been a lack of public-facing focus on implementation of that plan, any kind of status reporting. There's been one greenhouse gas inventory that was by MCEP's consultant, a 1-year lagging inventory, as I recall that. But it's really the absence, or the seeming absence from a public perspective, of a strong focus on implementation of Larkspur's Climate Action Plan and public reporting on status of progress toward all those actions that we spent all that time identifying. And there's even an implementation plan as part of the Climate Action Plan. Are any of those things being implemented? They're all assigned to departments. I don't know, maybe so. It seems to me that this idea of this January report will be a fantastic thing. I'm not so sure there's been a meeting agenda item like that in the 2.5 years since the Climate Action Plan. That'll be a great thing. I think the idea of forming a climate action committee is an interesting idea. I am involved in some of those Marin County-wide organizations. I regularly meet with representatives of all those climate action committees. So I know exactly what they're doing and how effective they are or aren't. And the real purpose of any of them is really to advise the council. That's it. It's really not to go out and engage the community. It's to advise the council. So if the council would like to augment the very limited staff resources it has to focus on climate issues, it can tap into community resources and get some of that advice from community resources. There are 5 jurisdictions that have actually standing climate action commissions. And they're all pretty much structured the same. The ones that seem to work the best are those that have a council liaison to them. So there's a direct link, and that the person that is the staff representative to the commission is the same person that represents that jurisdiction at MCEP. Again, so there's great alignment, communication, good links there. The one jurisdiction has a different model. is the city of San Rafael. They hold quarterly workshops, public workshops, where a council member, a hosting assigned council member, and their sustainability coordinator, their MCEP representative, meets with members of the community and goes through exactly that same process. What's going on with regard to climate, gets input from the community. It's a direct feed to the council. It's got a council member sitting there. I think that works quite well. I mean, I've talked to those people. How well does that work for you guys too? So I wouldn't say forming a climate committee is the only way to go here. I'm not particularly advocating for that. I think the Brown Act constraints that Dan has mentioned are real problematic when you have these committees, because right now community members can just work casually with each other. As soon as it gets formalized, it becomes problematic. So I think the main thing here to think about, and what I would encourage the council, is what's the process to make sure that the council is getting and public facing regular updates on status of implementation of Larkspur's climate action plan. And if it's not on track, then the council should give staff direction to how to get it on track. So that's kind of, you know, where I'm coming from on this particular matter. And if anyone had any other questions about those other committees, yeah, I might be able to answer them or not. But I think it is important, really important, to be bringing up this need for regular status updating of implementation of Larkspur's climate plan. And I think that's been missing, at least from a public facing. Maybe it's going on behind closed doors, but the public doesn't know that. Thanks much.
Hey, thank you. Let me see, is Robin online? Do we have any comments online on this?
I see a certain phone number has their hand raised.
So I'll call on the first speaker here. You can unmute yourself for comment.
James Holmes speaking. As David Moeller mentioned, we do have a Larkspur Climate Action Plan, and as a matter of fact, I'm fond of reminding the Planning Commission of the provisions of that plan relating to trees. But in any event, I would assume that one of the charges of a climate committee would be to administer that plan in all of its provisions. I'm not sure that they are always entered into, at least in regard to some of the Planning Commission deliberations. But in any event, I wonder whether when that climate action plan was adopted, it envisioned a need for a climate action committee, and or what that plan says about who is supposed to administer it. So it would be interesting to know what the plan itself says with regard to responsibility for its implementation. And my other point is that just where would the funding come from? Because I'm always having the sense that there are staffing and funding constraints. Although sometimes funding seems to mysteriously and felicitously appear for various things, but I would wonder where the source of funding would be, and what, if anything, would be discontinued in order to implement a new committee or commission. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Appreciate that. Any other online comments?
No raised hands from the Zoom audience members, and there's no further public comment.
Okay, with that, let's close the public portion of this item, bring it back to council for discussion. I have a question for staff, and then, you know, I'll open it up. Question is, for economic reasons, if we were to hypothetically have a once a quarter update, you know, that staff gave to council where we are as far as implementing our plan and, you know, things that we need to do differently, would that be more financially responsible than, you know, would be less expensive than forming this committee and having the staff time necessary for this committee?
So I would have put it under fiscal impact, if I thought it was financially irresponsible to create a committee, I would have said that. So on that purpose, staff wouldn't bring something for consideration unless we thought we could reasonably absorb it with some trade-offs. I think, I don't want to assume what you may be referring to, but when Mr. Mueller spoke at the podium, that there's a San Rafael model where they currently don't have a committee, but they have a council liaison where I think it was a public workshop where the person responsible for sustainability and that council member hears things from the community, et cetera. And then that's also in tandem with a number of updates to the council as a governing body. So I think in terms of what staff could bring in an additional meeting to council for consideration, I think that would be one model that I would strongly consider for council as a starting point to see if that works, right? And then as the council liaison hears from the community, finds things out, et cetera, it may help inform actually some of these other questions, right? Of what do we need to be working on? Do we need an advisory body to advise the council, et cetera? Or is the other format working? So in terms of turnaround time, et cetera, and I don't want to say experiment, right? But as far as launching something, staff could do that easily.
I guess I'm just trying to be sensitive to, I know our staff works very hard and I'm very hesitant to put something else on their shoulders. And maybe it would mean hiring a new staff, in which case I'm hesitant to, spend the resources, so I'm just trying to be sensitive to that. But Mr. City Manager, comment.
Yeah, I only wanted, for historical context, I was really struck by Mr. Mueller referencing the way San Rafael handles their outreach and their reporting, because when we talked about and decided to bring the coordination role into the city manager's office, one of the reasons that I was supportive of doing that was that before we were sending the associate or assistant planner. That was the typical person. For a while it was the director, but it was typically one of the planners. One of the things San Rafael told me when I was talking to them about how should we staff this is that they didn't feel there were enough people at MCEP, which really is an important staff coordination committee. There weren't enough people there who could commit during the meetings and say, I will go back to my organization and this will happen. A lot of the folks being sent to the meeting had to say, I'll go back to my organization and I'll run it up the chain of command and I'll get back to you next month about what feedback I received. So we borrowed from San Rafael, who has had a longstanding practice of sending someone to regional meetings who can commit the organization. And that's one of the reasons we did bring it in the city manager's office. So I think to that end, the city manager's office could certainly facilitate quarterly meetings to report on what the activities are. And that would not be, I think, a significant administrative burden for us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. Let me open it up to council and comments.
I don't really have an opinion one way or the other on this. It sounds, I've learned so much from David Mahler's comments to council over the years. And I understand the possible constraints of the Brown Act limiting the conversational ability and collaboration that we have just seen in the last month, where a group of 8 or 10 residents who are all passionate about looking at sustainability, they met at the stairs of the city hall and had a conclave down there, because that's how they talk and share information with each other. That would be limited if we had to follow Brown Act rules. So I'd like to learn more about it, but I'd like to learn from our community what they feel would work best for how they like to talk about and deal with and learn and share resiliency issues. And David shaking his head because he's the one who shows up a lot to educate us on a lot of different things. And I would like to make sure that that continues without limiting by the rules his ability to collaborate with other Larkspur residents who also want to share ideas. So that's where I am.
Councilman Paulson.
Thank you. Yeah, I partly have been just trying to ground, the sort of process and, committee discussion in like my recollection of what's gone on in the absence of big status reports. And, I think the experience we just had with the library was a really good one that we didn't have a committee, but I am wondering if a committee would have voiced any concerns that weren't already voiced. So, and this goes back to when we discussed reach codes. This goes back when we discussed EV chargers and electrification and a variety of things. So I think the flow of information is important. I think what the city manager just said to me, and if I understand it correctly, the San Rafael model of engaging people on a quarterly basis and really having that go through the least amount of hoops. It seems like that would be in line with what we've gotten done. Like I kind of expect the January report to show that the goals that we had and what we've actually done are somewhat in line. I mean, there's other things on my mind because I've been tracking this in most of my meetings, like the EVs that the electrical vehicles we could be buying for the Public Works Department, and, what timelines we need and what the economics are. So these are all things under consideration, but if that could be a little bit more structured, a little bit more visible and done with the least amount, the least footprint of a committee and overhead, I mean, that's what I'm getting out of this, and trying to reconcile it with the last 2 or 3 years of what we've done. That's the direction I'm seeing that we can move in.
I'll make a comment. Tell me if I am inappropriate or out of line here. David, I'd like to appoint you unofficially as our community representative to not to be a committee, but I think all of us up here really value your opinion, and we value your knowledge, not just about sustainability, but about how city council works and the problems with the Brown Act and stuff like that. And if you came to us and said, hey, listen, it's better to have an informal structure, I think we'd probably support you. If you said, hey, it's better to have a formal structure, as long as it wasn't, cost prohibitive, I think you would probably get support as well. Because I think we want to do what's in the best interest of the community. And I think in this particular issue, you may have your finger on the pulse of the community a little better than we do up here. And I will, I'll withdraw if council wants to disagree with me.
With all due respect, I think you're getting ahead of your skis on that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
So, I mean, I echo my admiration for David's skill set on this. And, but I think what the staff report is that we need to have a full presentation in January with the options that are recommended. And it sounds like the San Rafael model may be a closer fit for us, but we don't know that yet. And I'm sure that there will be many people who would like to participate, and one being here, but there will be others who may have more insight or information that they'd like to share. So it sounds like the staff is interested in direction of whether we want to move forward with this idea. Am I correct with that? And that you're looking at January 15th meeting as a presentation about the existing structure that MCEP does. Is that right?
Right. So, and then just in terms, because I've heard I haven't heard like really disparate thoughts at the dais, but in terms of direction, it would also be helpful. I've heard council allude to the San Rafael model, et cetera. If you'd provide staff direction to research that model and then bring forward at that meeting for consideration, if it's a resolution adopting that structure, whatever staff needs to do to formalize that process, if we're there yet or not, if there's consensus on the council that we.
Or because we've had this conversation now, if there are members of the community that have a different model that they have worked with, maybe Corte Madeira's model or Fairfax's model, they can submit public comment about that. So, how's that sound?
I think the next step is to solicit public input on this issue. And David, I solicit your input, but as Catherine so wisely pointed out, you are not the only member of our community that has an opinion on this. So I would solicit all of our community's input, and maybe I don't know if we want to put it on the calendar before January or on January. We could put it at that meeting and ask, people in the public who are interested in this issue to show up to that meeting, give public comments, and they will all be considered. And at that point, we can make a decision how we want to go forward. Does that sound reasonable? Does anybody feel that doesn't sound reasonable? Hearing none, it is reasonable. Is that, give staff direction?
So would the item include like different models of climate engagement, right? And we could, in terms of, because I also want to, when you read us, right, when the public sees an agenda go out, reads a staff report, et cetera, and then we ask for a comment, would the next staff report include different models, you know, basically have some of this that has the matrices of how things are done, as well as maybe some of the additional information about the council liaison public meeting model, quarterly update model, et cetera, and then ask council to provide direction from there?
Yeah, I think, and we'll solicit public information, and if we could, somewhere in the staff report, just explain like a little bit about the Brown Act and concerns, you know, so people understand the benefits as well as the drawbacks of having this type of situation, and then we can solicit public information.
But
we'll-
still completely informational without a reso for consideration.
I think at this point, yeah, at this point, I don't think we know what type of resolution.
I'm
it would
hearing two, and we
be.
have 4 people. So
Sorry.
if there's something different, I need 3.
No.
Or do I
That's,
abstain?
yes, that works for me. I think that, you know, so the goal of this, and I brought this up at the last council meeting, and I appreciate the responsiveness and putting this on the agenda. I think really it's just to you know, increase the visibility of what's happening with the climate action plan, and also to engage the public, but also recognizing that we as council, we deal with a lot of different issues. And there are, you know, the climate action plan is like 200+ pages long. You know, how do we prioritize what it is that's going on? What's the new technology? What is the county doing? What's the state doing? You know, there are new laws being signed, you know, every day. And so for me, you know, it was just, do we have a group, and hearing the pros and cons today of, you know, creating committee versus the Brown Act and so forth. I certainly recognize that actually is, I think Catherine said it perfectly. I don't want to stifle community engagement. I do think that it was extremely valuable that we had people in the audience, you know, engaging with us on the library project. So if the Brown Act or a committee or formal committee is going to really chill some of that, or not chill, but really impede some of the effectiveness, you know, I just want to make sure that we are being more effective on climate, tracking the implementation, and also just understanding, you know, again, what other jurisdictions are doing, what the state is doing, what the county is doing, and, you know, how that might impact, you know, what Larkspur should be doing. So I am open to the San Rafael model, the public workshop model. I think if that works well, I'm certainly happy to consider that, and would welcome public input on what model might work best for us.
Councilmember Paulson, any comments you'd like to add?
No, I think it's all been said.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So does staff have sufficient
We
direction
have
on this?
sufficient direction. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I will close this item and I will move to the next item, which is one of my favorite items. Adjournment. Everybody have a good night.